guys. It's your girl, Lady Elred. So yeah. Got a quote-unquote smart hard drive warning. That's great. So yeah. I'll be fine. I actually don't need anything for it. It's just annoying that it happened. But yeah, I'm setting up Streamwall again, so just give it a minute. While I reset it up. I don't even remember all the things we had. Don't you just love when things break? I mean, this is the second smart hard drive warning I got, so... After stream tonight, I'm gonna open up my PC, clean it out, and cry a little bit. Probably, if I survive that long. Yay! Make sure to share out to your friends and stuff. But yeah. I have to reset up all the sounds now. Give it a second. Also, we're on a 10-second delay, now. Actually, hold up. Might be my SATA controller. What the fuck? I don't know. Maybe I just get a whole new PC. Everything's breaking on me. I just want to stream protests, man.
Началниците на полицията на територията на Столична община не могат да...
I'm gonna stop complaining and let you guys watch while I figure out my PC troubles.
Какво се цели с тази акция според вас?
С тази акция полицията за пореден път, т.е. началниците полицаите, нямаме нищо против тях. Началниците на полицията за пореден път показват, че са некомпетентни и са поставени от Борисов, за да са бухалка и ползват в момента полицаите за щит и да се оправдават, че после има провокации и така нататък. Знаете на втори какво се случи, знаете кой вкара хората, знаете кой ги изкара, знаете и кой би, кой беше с боксове. Защо нямат обозначителни номера половината? Златанов да каже хаджийски защо сме спрени, къде е заповедта от Фандъкова, пак питам, къде е заповедта от Фандъкова? Защо полицията нарушава законни права на гражданите? Повикахме няколко пъти началника на жандармерията, повикахме началника на СДВР, къде са? Няма ги, те се крият, те за тия момчета.
Полицайите казали нещо? София дал ли своето разрешение?
Вие виждали ли сте кмета на София 70 дни?
Питам.
Аз ви отговарям.
За протеста днес.
Да.
Фандъкова дал ли е своето разрешение той да се движи?
Защо трябва да дава разрешение? Протестите са на уведомителен режим. Тя няма какво да разрешава. Протестът е осигурен от Конституцията. Има уведомителен режим. Просто уведомяваме, че има протест. Значи проверете закона. Протестите са на уведомителен режим.
Уведомени ли са официално?
Най-вероятно са уведомени. Това е въпрос към триото. Те могат да ви кажат. Още повече майките от системата ни убива имат безсрочно безсрочно заверено заявление за протест. Тоест, то се дава заявление за протест, нека да е ясно на широката публика. Дава се заявление. Никой не може да ти забрани протеста. Протестът е свободно изразяване на политически и граждански възгледи от страна на хората. Кой може да ви го забрани? Конституцията това нещо ви го позволява.
А вярно ли е, че ако все пак не е заявен, той полицията няма нужда да е тук да го охранява след като не е заявен? Примерно.
Абсолютно това казвам. Това не е сграда първо от национално значение. Протест има заявен поне от една от организациите, които е в протеста, и второ, те в момента нарушават закона. Къде е заповедта на Фандъкова? Само тя има право да спре този протест. В момента, т.е. потретвам се, то вече става тавтология. Явно и на глухите им стана ясно, че полицията в момента нарушава закона.
Опитахте ли се сега с някой от тях да говорите, да попитате на какво основание? Видяхме тук други протестиращи се опитаха, те нищо не отговарят.
Вижте, значи, човека, който е срещу мен е 11001. Какво да ми отговори? Той е на работа. Него са го изкарали. Аз с него мога да говоря и той ще ми отговори. За разлика от началниците, тези хора са поставени тук на пангара. Те не са между чука и наковалнята, те са на наковалнята. И те са поставени от началниците им. Те не са виновни. Виновен е този, който ги е строил тук. Това искам да стане ясно. Те утре, може би 16.03.22, може и да ми е комшия, може да сме приятели. Защо ние трябва да стоим един срещу друг? Защото някой началник, който изпълнява поръчка на Борисов, ги е строил тук и ги кара те да нарушават закона и после да си мие ръцете. И къде е този началник? Защо се крие и толкова време го няма да покаже? Има ли такава заповед от Фандъкова? Защото без такава заповед от Фандъкова, това нещо, което прави полицията, е незаконно. Факт. И къде е Фандъкова всъщност?
Някой виждал ли е
Някой
Фандъкова?
виждал ли е Фандъкова?
Аз много отдавна не съм виждал.
76 дни, ето със светло сме всеки ден, ние Фандъкова не сме я виждали. Значи на нея града и гори. На нея града и гори нея няма. Втория човек в ГЕРБ. Единия обикаля къра и планините като шумкари се крие, другия не го знаеме къде е. В Самоков ли е, къде е, работили, не работили, няма ги. Първи и втория човек в ГЕРБ ги няма. Другия живее в резиденция номер 5 и гони кокошките по селата и обяснява, че е главен прокурор, и после питат защо хората им искат оставка. Най-накрая в момента спират едно масово мероприятие, което е адски мирно, незаконно, и после питат защо искаме оставка. Бият хора незаконно с боксове и после питат защо искаме оставка. Бият едно момче под стълбите на Министерски съвет и питат защо искаме оставка. Събличат едно момиче и питат защо искаме оставка. Пребиват хора на конференцията на ГЕРБ. Къде са тези биячите, къде са? Някой виждал ли ги е? Златанов излезна ли на брифинг да ви ги покаже? И после питат защо искаме оставка. Бият мирни момичета като вас по 50 кила.
White children, over and against our indigenous family whose land they have raped and stolen and continue to pretend that it's okay. White supremacy creates and eats its own. Black people overall is a reminder, is a mirror to white supremacy. We mirror to speak to the reality that there is something better. There is something better than even you have imagined for yourself. White supremacy creates heteropatriarchy. White supremacy creates militarism, colonialism, imperialism. White supremacy takes your tax dollars, 53 cents on every dollar. Take your money to wage war against people in your name, to rape and kill and steal and ravage other lands on our backs. This is a crime. To love black women, yes it is. This is a cry to acknowledge that you are here, whether you acknowledge it or not, of the labor, the love, the creativity, the imagination of black women. It's time that we tell the truth. Black women are the we fully feel and we fully suffer. But oh, we fully choose to survive. But not just to survive, to thrive. And not just to thrive, we choose to fight back. We choose to fight back. So consider this not a show of how much we are suffering. Consider this that we're standing up. And we're asking you to stand up. Stand up in your neighborhood against gentrification. Stand up. White allies and those in solidarity in communities that won't bring to black women. Stand up against the moratorium that is about to end to and who is going to be evicted disproportionately. Black and poor women who are heads of households or who help to support families. This is a call to you to choose to be in solidarity and fight alongside us. We don't need you to rescue us. We don't need you to set our agenda. We need you to stand strong and tall right beside us. We come from a legacy of black women. Harriet Tubman, Ella Baker, Fannie Lou Hamer. We come from a long, rich legacy of black women. Queen Nanny of the Maroons. So we gon' fight. Are y'all gon' fight with us? Let's fight. And we gon' love. And we gon' be creative. We gon' be imaginative. And we gon' have our dance. We gon' have our joy. We gon' love our children. We gon' love our families. And your call is to stand with us. When black women are under attack, what do we do?
Stand up, fight back! Stand up, fight back! Stand up, fight back! Stand up, fight back! Stand up, fight back!
I know y'all could be a little louder than that. We could drown out them sirens of the white supremacists that's Imagine you make the front page of the Boston Globe twice in 2 weeks. Imagine getting honored by Boston Magazine. Imagine being honored by City Works and the Greater Boston Chamber of Commerce and simultaneously have white supremacists troll you. Imagine that. But let's be clear, we're dealing with black patriarchy as well, right? A black man did this to me. He felt like I had too much power. Felt like I was getting too much recognition. So he solicited a black woman, she over there with them though, because I don't think she has figured out that she's black just quite yet. To stand with white supremacy and stand with racism and try to frame me as somebody that I'm not. So let me be clear. 4.5 years ago when I organized 45,000 people to march against racism from Roxbury to the Boston Commons, I became on their radar. I became a problem. Rightfully so. When I organized against that straight pride BS that they call themselves doing, I became a problem. Cause I said, all black lives matter, not just the ones that we choose. That means black lives, black LGBTQIA+, black dogs, black young, black men, black children, they matter. That was a problem. But it wasn't just a problem for the white supremacists, it was a problem for some black folks. They want to pick and choose. Marcus Garvey said, when we get on this boat back to Africa, there's some of y'all that ain't gonna be able to come with us. Cause if you're a problem here, you're gonna be a problem over there. Harriet Tubman shot a couple of people, you know? Who tried infiltrate the railroad she was creating to freedom. I'm okay with the scrutiny. It's when the scrutiny turned violent, right? 4.5 years of attacks. They've ambushed my grand opening to a beautiful social impact center. And I was instructed by my communications team, call the police. As a black woman, that's one of the most violent things anybody can say to you. Because you know, when you do that, you can very well die. But I did that, right? I called the police, and what happened? The Boston Police Department handed my report over to those white supremacists right over there. Over 250 death threats. Harassment in my Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, email, and website. They haven't stopped. They've written so many articles about me, I'm starting to believe I have a fan club. You do! You do! I want to shout out Boston Media. I want to shout out Boston Media, minus the Boston Herald. I want to shout out Boston Media, because nobody would pick up on a story once they looked into who was attacking me. Once they realized they would be perpetuating white supremacy. Once they realized that if they share the information of who was attacking me, they also gotta identify who those people are. Who have attacked this entire community. Every black person, every woman, they have attacked. Well, guess what? I stopped being quiet today. Zora Neale says, if you're silent about your pain, they'll kill you and say you loved it. Somebody told me, don't talk about what's happening, Monica. You're gonna lose funding, Monica. Don't tell that you reached out to black men in this community and they shunned you. I mean, look around. Why ain't there more people here for black women? And they depend on us for everything. They can't do nothing without us. They can't vote. You can't win elections. You can't do any kind of movement work without the black woman. But it's cool, because I organized 55,000 people on June 2nd, but I'm 55,000 people by myself. So it's okay. When y'all get ready to frame this headline, when you get ready to report this.
Okay. Yeah, I still don't know what's going on with my PC. Probably just gonna need a whole new one. Anyways, to recap, Boston is a black women rally. The Black Women Matter. The sirens are from the counter-protesters that are just, like, not even that far away from them. I think it's, like, 10 feet away from them. Sofia, Bulgaria is doing their National Day of Protest. Then Madison is a, Back the Blue versus Not Back the Blue rally. And then we have the UN summit. And then Reg, who I think is from Kenosha, right? Is in Louisville. Just checking out the scenery. I guess we're all just waiting for the Breonna Taylor announcement on whether or not they're going to indict the police officers. There was an article that was just sent to me that I will read off and I will post in the chats. Sergeant Jonathan Mattingly, one of the officers involved in the police killing of Breonna Taylor, said, "I know we did the legal, moral, and ethical thing that night." In an email to around 1,000 officers, he called protesters thugs and said it is good versus evil. Actually, there is no article, it's just a tweet, but I'm sure that you can probably find it if you look it up. But I'm gonna post the thing in the chat, so you'll get it in a second. If you find an article on that, feel free to message it to me. Sorry I'm not as peppy as I usually am. We restarted stream because I'm guessing my hard drive is failing because it's acting really slow. So I'm just worrying about that. But yeah, we're gonna go back to Wee Woos in Boston.
Commissioner is black, Monica. How do you feel? Has anybody told him he's black yet? Because black men, you wake up and I promise you, they treat you like they treat me. I promise you. When the white supremacist organization dragged me, they also dragged a black officer and his wife. Why? Because they don't care about the officers that are black that work for them. They don't care. It's about being black at the end of the day, and they don't care. Well, guess what? I'm not going to keep suffering in silence. Right. I'm not going to keep receiving death threats and harassment, and every entity in the city say they can't protect me. Today is about protecting black women. Can y'all hear me? Yeah. I get inbox messages from white women saying, hey, help me organize the protest, and my pushback is, can you help organize protecting my life? Who's protecting my children? And I know white folks, y'all get a little bit confused when you see a black woman on the ops with an A. We problematic like y'all problematic. Because I'm going to be honest, that was my issue too. Wait a minute, she black. Hold up, wait, what? But the issue is this, she has aligned herself with white supremacy. Black patriarchy is real. Misogyny is real. Ignorance is real. When you don't have knowledge of self, that is real. Those are all real. And just so we clear, before any news media outlet decides to reach out to me, I'm gonna address it, and I'm gonna address it one time and one time only. The videos she's playing are about words I said on social media. Who you sleep with should not dictate how you treat your own people. You can be in a relationship and love whoever you love, but the moment you sleep with that person and you forget that when you wake up you're black, it doesn't matter how much money you have in the bank, it doesn't matter how many educated gang symbols are at the end of your name, it does not matter what position you hold, you are black. And if nobody has taught you that, please come on over to Violence in Boston and we'll make sure that you learn. Because at the end of the day, violence in Boston derived from watching somebody try to kill my son. I didn't ask to come to this work. I didn't wake up one morning and say I want to be an activist. I had no choice. I didn't go, let me go to the protest and then go home and eat my cheese sandwich and be like, I did my just due today. That's not how that works. If you truly believe protecting black women is important, spend your dollars with black women. Show up to their organizations and support them. Put yourself in the way when we have to deal with individuals like that over there. Because the truth of the matter is I fought this fight for 4.5 years by myself. Everybody from black men to black women to white women to white men told me, be quiet, don't say nothing. You don't want to give light to people because then people are going to know who they are. I want you to know who they are. Yeah. So when they run up on me, I'm going to need your help. Yeah. I'm tired of suffering in silence. Because there's a black man that goes on the internet every day. He's did it for the last 5 years. And he say my name so much you would think we were in a relationship. And I remain silent. Similar to why Megan Thee Stallion remained silent, right? They say, Megan, why you wouldn't tell who shot you in both feet? She said, because police are killing black men. Imagine the pressure of having to protect the man that shot you in both of your feet. Imagine the pressure of having to weigh police killing the individual versus him being accountable for what he did to you. Imagine that pressure. But I'm gonna bring it a little closer to home. Imagine the pressure of being Monica Cannon Grant with 6 kids and Boston being a small community and having a black man troll you for 4.5, 5 years. And everybody that loves you wants to address the issue and you tell them stand down because your values are nonviolence and your values are violence prevention. And he sit online and admit to the very thing you're accusing him of and he still don't stop. But the other piece that's really sickening about that is that the amount of black men and women who sat by and said nothing. Absolutely nothing. Out of fear? Don't know. But how many black women have to die before y'all speak up? Don't hashtag me when you didn't protect me in real life. I don't want to be your hashtag. And if anything happened to me, understand a couple of things.
Being a leader holds a lot of pressure. Black men orchestrated it, white men perpetuated it. If anything happened to me, it wasn't an accident, and please don't protest, don't march, burn some shit down. Because at the end of the day, the very entity that I reached out to could not protect me. I want to be very clear. Well, Monica, you're promoting violence. Let me explain something to you. It wasn't until we started tearing up things that verdicts came out of that. Letters did nothing. Calling your electeds, absolutely nothing. You can't ignore us and then tell us to be quiet. That's not how that works. Why you kill our people. That's not how that works. They have boarded up the whole city awaiting Breonna Taylor's response if they're going to charge somebody, because they already know. They already know what it's about. Why? Because 400 years. You want us to forget. 400 years. It ain't stopped. Mass incarceration is slavery. It's legal slavery.
Yes, it is.
School to prison pipeline. I'm listening to teachers reprimand kids on Zoom.
Wow.
On Zoom. Black and brown kids still don't have Chromebooks, still don't have supplies and the things that they need. And God forbid if you're black and disabled.
Right. Right.
Black women are suffering across the board in every walk of life. And enough is enough. Don't call me and ask me to help with your organization. Don't call and ask me to organize your protest. Protect me while I'm living. Help me while I'm still here. Don't hashtag me. Don't come to my funeral talking to my kids, telling them how much you love me and I was a good person, and you couldn't protect me while I'm alive.
Right.
Because the truth of the matter is so many of us sit by idle. I done jumped on that Orange Line train when they were trying to deport people and ICE was on the train. Monica, you Latino? No. But them is brown folks. I get locked up, that's $60. They get locked up, they go back to a country and die. That's what solidarity looks like. I don't need no allies, I need accomplices.
Votes last time? Yeah. He's supposed to be here like 4 different times this week, right? Are you guys here for all the events, or?
For a couple of them, yeah.
Yeah, I get the text. He's in like Middletown and like in Harrisburg and stuff a couple times. We were at the last rally and we didn't even get in. So we're hopefully, dude, you gotta stop filming.
They didn't get in. You didn't get in last
We didn't get it. We watched from the TV screen last time, and we're hopefully gonna see him in person. That's the whole reason we're here. You know, it's like all the concerts and all the events are gone now. This is really the only thing we got. You know, so really just hoping to see him in person. And it's the Air Force One, dude. That's a really cool thing to see.
Here, it could be your school teacher.
Yeah.
Your police officer.
Yeah.
Your police officer. Your police officer. Your police officer. So at the end of the day, today is about protecting black women. Don't spin the narrative. Shout out to all. It's all right. Say your thing, man. When y'all get ready to spin it and try to highlight the white supremacists more than the black woman like y'all normally do, please don't. Don't leave out the part that a black woman with 6 kids stood out here even though she couldn't get the same $55,000 to show up for black women. Make sure you include that. Make sure you include that white supremacy was the reason. Make sure that you put that in the dark print that y'all put underneath of my name. Make sure that you also put in that paper when you write that article that I need help as a black woman organization to continue to take care of the community that y'all left behind. Right? Make sure that that's part of the narrative. That I started doing this work in my kitchen and now I have an organization where I'm trying to take care of the very people that y'all have left forgotten about, disrespected, not helped, let be homeless, let be hungry, let get shot and have nowhere to send them, refuse to protect them. Make sure that that is in the narrative. Because as one person, I've housed people who have been shot at least 8 times. As one person, I'm feeding communities. I fed 80,000 people with a friend of mine for 15 weeks. And we were halfway done before people decided they wanted to reach out and help. through grassroots fundraising. I don't work for nobody, so shout out to all the people doxing, thinking you're gonna get my job taken. I ain't got one. I work for me. They've attacked everything you could possibly imagine.
Possible support in their most important mission. Yes, today it is incumbent upon us to speak first and foremost about this grave new danger faced by humanity in the 21st century. In a short period of time, COVID-19 has become a real, perhaps most formidable challenge of our time, a global challenge that knows no borders, races, nor nationalities, a pandemic that has had an adverse impact on all areas of civilizational development. Perhaps for the first time in many decades, the whole world has perceived its vulnerability in the face of a common threat. And we hope and believe that it is only possible to surmount this challenge through concerted efforts. The only way to vanquish this scourge is to pool our efforts, to have a more clear-sighted and wise approach that will lead us to improve ourselves. And this provides us with an opportunity to better ourselves for the sake of the entire planet. Let us not allow this opportunity to slip away. Let us show dignity, solidarity, and genuine humanism, our loftiest political duty and humanistic duty. Since the very beginning of the outbreak of the pandemic, sir, Turkmenistan has proactively adopted all the necessary measures to counteract this threat. Effective protective measures were adopted in a timely manner. A unified national strategy was crafted to combat the coronavirus infection, and this strategy consists of a set of organizational, legal, financial, economic, medical, and health-related and quarantine-related measures. Concurrently, our country has established close international cooperation, both bilaterally and through international organizations. It is worthy of note. What is worthy of note is our close cooperation, that of Turkmenistan with the United Nations. In this context, we fully support the calls and the appeals of the United Nations Secretary General, those issued in his statements dating 23 and 30 March 2020. In the light of the initiatives of the Secretary General, Turkmenistan has, at the state level, adopted a national plan of preparedness for prevention and response to acute infectious diseases. Further, a plan of operational, social, and economic measures in Turkmenistan to counteract the coronavirus pandemic has also been adopted and developed. At the same time, Turkmenistan has continued its long-term effective partnership with the World Health Organization. We highly value the role of the WHO in the fight against coronavirus. Their recommendations have shown to be of great value in our country, and these recommendations
It's over.
Distinguished participants, the coronavirus has had a significant negative impact on the course and direction of the global economy. The pandemic has stymied the global community's efforts to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. In this context, we look forward to stepping up cooperation geared towards restoring economic and trade relations. Today, there is a need to create platforms to place the global economy on track towards sustainable growth. In our opinion, energy, transport, industry, and trade should become key areas. And in this context, during the 75th session, Turkmenistan intends to step up its efforts to forge international legal instruments of the United Nations in the field of stability and reliability of energy transit. Issues of cooperation in transport are no less urgent. As one of the initiators of wide-ranging international cooperation on transport issues, Turkmenistan has proposed to consider the issue of ensuring stable international transportation during emergency situations. We have prepared the corresponding draft resolution of the General Assembly, and we have submitted this document for the consideration of United Nations member states. We believe that what is being planned to be held in Turkmenistan next year, namely the International Conference of Ministers of Landlocked Developing Countries, we believe that this conference will transform into an effective platform for developing coordinated approaches to this problem. A proactive role in the efforts to restore the global economy and to promote trade and investment should be shouldered by the World Trade Organization. Having recently acceded to WTO observer status, Turkmenistan will proactively tap into the opportunities opened up in this regard to promote practical measures to overcome quickly the crisis phenomena in the world economy and to ensure transition towards a positive direction. Distinguished heads and members of delegations, the coronavirus has, to varying degrees, affected many countries in the world. However, it is especially dangerous in ecologically disadvantaged regions of the world. Unfortunately, there are many such areas when one looks at a map, and it is impossible to mention all of them during this statement. Therefore, I wish to touch upon an issue that is of vital relevance to Central Asian states and nations. I refer to the Aral Sea disaster. Amidst the escalating pandemic, the situation there is worsening. This is threatening lives and health of people. The risk of a pandemic outbreak has considerably risen as a result. Under these circumstances, we urge the world community to pay very close attention to the problems endured by the Aral Sea and the Aral Sea region. Of course, there is work underway to address these issues. This work is substantive, both through the United Nations and by other international organizations that have been providing assistance to the International Fund for Saving the Aral Sea. We thank all of these organizations, and we highly appreciate their efforts. However, I wish to be frank. Today, that is not enough. To save the Aral Sea, there is a need for a focused approach, concrete practical assistance, and meaningful support to the people living there. Therefore, we strongly believe that the subject of the Aral Sea requires a systematic and comprehensive approach, as well as relevant legal documents. They need to be set out, and this issue should be set aside as a separate direction of operations of the United Nations. In this regard, Turkmenistan has put forward an initiative to create a special program of the United Nations for the Aral Sea Basin. We also wish to emphasize the importance of what was adopted at our initiative in April 2018 and May 2019. I refer to General Assembly resolutions adopted on cooperation between the United Nations and the International Fund for Saving the Aral Sea. Today, these resolutions serve as a platform to consolidate joint efforts on the Aral Sea issues. For the establishment of international legal frameworks to address the Aral Sea issue, in May 2021, during the session of Escato, Turkmenistan will present an initial draft of the concept and structure of the future special program on the Aral Sea. We call upon all states and relevant international organizations to consider and discuss these documents. Distinguished participants, the 75th session of the General Assembly is occurring amidst complicated, painful events which are related to the escalation of military and political events that unfortunately we have been witnessing today. The assessment of these events, their causes, and their cause and effect relationships may differ, but what is certain is that they have had an adverse impact on the overall international situation. This has led to an erosion of global security foundations and has led to obstacles in the way of economic, trade, and humanitarian relations. There is a danger that the potential for conflict will continue to proliferate, that hotbeds of tension will arise in various areas, and this will bring in more and more participants. We are particularly concerned about something we have been observing of late, namely disregard for international law. In the light of the current situation, there's a need to consolidate efforts to strengthen the role of international law, multilateral legal instruments in the global security system, strict compliance by
all it's doing is creating more anxiety. Libby Easter, I am not unbiased at all. I am witness journalism. I am protest media. I support protest. I'm real bad about that. Nothing's going down thus far. It's very calm down here in the park. Of course, there's a little bit of strange air because everyone is waiting in anticipation. Day 118. Day 118 of protest. Oh yeah, apparently today is National Voters Registration Day. If you're not registered to vote, there is a ton of online resources that you can use to register and then get your mail-in ballot sent to you. I actually went ahead and did that today. So if you're not registered, make sure you register to vote. It's the only way we can make any real change happen. Protest is great. Protest brings a light to the atrocities. It shows people that there is actual unrest. But for real change to happen, we gotta hit the polls. We gotta hit up our representatives. We gotta talk to city council. We gotta talk to the mayor. So, you know, it all goes hand in hand to make real change, real positive, permanent change happen. There's been no lawless destruction in Louisville, Kentucky. There was one night of looting. Day 2, not rioting, looting. There's intrinsic difference between the two. You can look them up, do some research, figure it out. There was some looting on night 2 in Louisville, Kentucky. A few weeks ago, a white clerk shot a black patron with an AK at Vader's Food Mart. The next night, protesters went in and stole some candy bars and knocked over some shelves. Other than that, Louisville has maintained peace for 118 days. No buildings burnt down, nothing.
We're going back, guys.
So you should be ashamed of yourself, Ronnie. Hey, I did forget my watermark. Let's see if I can find it. Might put Shay Shay's back up again. Boop, there it is. Hey, I heard Boop Troop's in here. Boop Troop, what's up? Cindy, Breonna Taylor was absolutely innocent, just like Cannon was. get your facts straight. There's no actual evidence to support that Breonna Taylor was involved in trafficking in any capacity. The closest thing to evidence is that she dated someone that is under investigation for trafficking, and that they had some conversations while he was in jail. And she said, "I'm worried about you," which just means she knew what he was doing, not that she was helping. You are wrong. Okay. So, Sharon, actually, I think top left is probably the best option for the watermark. Your favorite freight broker likes to steal my shit. He usually has a full scroll bar at the bottom that will block anything at the bottom, and then he's usually got one up in the top right to block anything in the top right. His feed doesn't typically have anything in the top left, but I have seen him throw an American flag up there, I assume probably to cover a watermark. I'm looking at a few different options where I can make a watermark kind of bounce around the screen so you can't cover it. Or I've even considered just doing like a super what's the word I'm looking for? Transparent, you know, like just barely a watermark that covers kind of the whole screen. Thought about that as well.
Right. Yeah, I just need, hey, I ain't even hit the water yet, man. Trust me, I be having a lot of emails and shit. I ain't even opened the water yet. Just give me a minute to relax, man, chat. I walked all that shit. I drove here. I drove all the way here, got right into streaming, and then I'm going to do the protest walk tonight, man. You feel me? When everybody start coming out here to meet up. Give me a break for a minute, man. My knee don't hurt no more. I don't got no more excuses. My knee don't hurt. I just had my back procedure done. I just had 6 epidurals, 6 long ass needles shot into my spine on the 10th. On the 10th, as soon as I got back from New York, I feel like a brand new 18-year-old. Oh man, he's right in y'all view. Oh shit, I had it wrong. Remember I told you all my speakers come Friday? My monitor speakers come Friday. It's Saturday. I could stay until Saturday. I could stay until Friday. My microphone came Friday. It was supposed to come Friday, but it actually came yesterday. Look at that. What if the speakers that Amazon be saying, okay, it's going to come Friday, but the mic, it says the mic coming Friday. It actually came yesterday. So what if my speakers end up coming sooner? You feel me? Anyways, from what Amazon says here, that my speakers are now arriving on Saturday. They were supposed to come the 28th. So they said they were, ship Friday, last Friday. I don't know how this Amazon shit works. I'm new to it, but yeah, I'm new to Amazon, man. I'm new to Amazon. I've been ordering shit left and right, man. My first time using Amazon. That shit is addictive. Yeah, Toland, I've been like tripping off all this shit. Like, oh, my socks. I've been wanting to go back to California to get my LA hats. I'm like, damn, Amazon got everything you need. Everything. Yeah, man, Amazon is crazy as hell, man. Oh, let me have some water. Usually after yelling comes gunshots. Hold on, I'm trying to open this water.
And I'm usually like, yeah, buddy, I'm the loosest of them all. What's up? Yeah, nothing going on by the exit lobby. It's like a 6-block diameter. They got a block.
I just drove down just to see it.
Yeah.
It's not, you still feel fine and safe. I still feel fine and safe here.
Would you be cool talking on camera about that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll turn around.
We got a gentleman who was pulling up, checking out the concrete barricades, so I'd stop and talk to him for a second. All right, so you said you came down just to check it out, because I assume you heard about all the barricades and everything?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's surreal. It's a surreal time.
Yeah.
It's a surreal experience, and, you know, it's devastating.
Mm-hmm.
It's emotional. I mean, I'm privileged. Like, I mean, look at me.
Sure.
I'm white. Like, so I get certain benefits that are inherent to me that I understand. I am privileged for certain things.
Sure.
And I'm just kind of dismayed as to you would have a public statement or press release letting you be informed of the time of an announcement, but instead the city is proactively stating how they're going to handle the announcement whenever it comes, and we have no statement of when an announcement will come, yet this is being created. And, you know, I don't sit in those meetings, so I don't know why or what the purpose is, but it's a little saddening because it also brings a sense of fear to everything that everyone is trying to accomplish,
right,
instead of compassion and understanding and empathy and and a path forward.
Right.
And so, yeah, I just drove my ass down here just to get a glimpse.
Right, because it's one thing if you're watching live streams or you're watching the news, you know, and you're seeing it on your TV or on your phone or whatever, but like coming down and actually like seeing the city that you live in, like in this, you know, state, it's surreal, like you said. Like it doesn't feel real even though you're here. Like,
you know, and 2 weeks ago you can come to Injustice Square and you can go to Safria to get a cup of coffee.
Yep.
Like we hype a certain sentiment up, but there are still functioning small businesses that are working themselves through a pandemic.
Yep.
Not a protest, through the fact that they don't have you know, that they don't have a customer base because people aren't coming downtown, and that is due to a pandemic.
Right.
So there's a part of this that's disappointing because it appears to be manufactured, and that's disheartening.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I appreciate it,
Good
man.
luck to you guys.
What's your
Stay
name?
safe. My name is Turner. Keep that up.
Jared.
All right.
Nice to meet
Good
you,
luck,
man.
guys.
Yeah. What's up? How you doing? He literally just drove up to check out the barricades, and I was like, it's fucking crazy, right, dude? And he was like, yeah, and started talking, so I was like, you want to do that on camera? And he was like, yeah, okay.
На организация на охраната на протест. Много ли моля? Номер и дата на заповедта. Може да се оправят митингите, манифестациите и събранията. Държавни сгради преминават на 20. Намирате се
Значи аз съм гледал, поне така, че ще такова нещо не така. Само там поне не така.
96-та година, къде поне всеки, който е бил в казарма, да го знае това. Съгласен заповеди не се изпълняват. Не изпращат се законно на да минем свободно.
Ама няма свободно, това вече няма свободно вече. То са водата.
Дами, нека що спря тук?
Тема ти деца ще ти чува. Ти как ти аз имам ли? Аз нямам. Три. Ама те не са къде. Последни! Последни! Държавата не е тази. Не е наша,
Нека дойде тук на този Той е този, който е дошъл. Той трябва да поеме тази отговорност. Знаеме, че гледате телевизия в момента. Знаеме, че седите на диваните.
Министъра на вътрешните работи е пионка! Слушай, какво му кажат!
Без този национален празник и себе си.
Милиционер!
Имате още много
Не мълчим. И дали мога да бъда не мога. Значи хубаво е да се отбележи, че желащите в момента два пъти по-малко от полиция. Чакаме сега полицията колко е смела.
Какво правите, бе? Защо пускате хората, бе? Не пускайте хората, бе! Господа полицаи, не бъдете мъдри! Какво правите, бе? Събориха журналист. Не се путайте с полицаите! Какво правите, бе? Запазете! Спрете на място! Освободете тротуара за хората! Двама арестувани човека вече. На какво основание ги арестувате тия хора, бе? Освободете тротуара за хората и двамата арестувани! Освободете тротуара! Освободете арестуваните! СРС се прекръща за дата си ли? Да, ще се чува. Свободете тротуара за хората незабавно! Искаме да упражним правото си на свободно придвижване!
Провокация на полицията! Оттам стреляха! Оттам си хвърлиха пиратка! Срамота! Ма не сме ние!
Докарвайте водното оръдие! Докарвайте водното оръдие! Искаме го! Водното оръдие докарвайте веднага! И освободете тротуара! Пуснете хората да се придвижат до паметника на незнайния вой. Господа полицаи!
Имаме конституционно право и то се показва в момента. И даже няма заповед, която да покаже. Да сме се били обадили в прес-центъра на МВР, ни казва.
Вие извършвате престъпление. Искате незабавно вашия министър да дойде тук и да вземе контрол върху нещата. Гледаха цялата софийска полиция с цела полиска!
Какво прави там за полицайите от защита?
Отново има призив протестиращите да минат напред.
Какво правите, бе?
Спрете! Удалечете се от Хванете се пред полицаите! Хванете се пред полицаите! Хванете се пред полицаите!
Как бе, че ще ги смачка, бе?
Няма тия най-отпред, още има останали хора.
Да.
Тук в Гърция никой не тъпи как го.
Освободете тротуара за гражданите! Нямате заповед да възпрепятствате гражданите!
Не ви бутаме мирни.
Не се бутай, бе, нещастник!
Хванете се! Хванете се!
септември 2020 година, 112 години след обявяването на независимостта на България. На 76-я ден на протестите, Велико народно въстание 3. Властта демонстрира своето дебелокожие и дебелоочие. Продължават полицаите да не допускат хората да упражнят своето свободно право на придвижване и да отидат до паметника на незнайния войн, който се намира на около 200 метра от мястото на събитието, което в момента ви предаваме като видеокартина.
Освободете тротуара за гражданите! Искаме да минем до паметника на незнайния войн! Юнаци! Българи! Юнаци! Българи! Юнаци! Българи! Юнаци! Българи! Юнаци!
Къде се купа така? Прави ръката, човек.
Това е ефтино. Това ти трябва също, че гимбъл много прави главното.
Бакерова се шури.
Видя ли как се го аранжираха от полицията?
Да. Вижте ли сме ги тия номера?
Да.
Добре, защо не отидат сега да видят кой го прави?
Ей, какво правиш, бе?
вече националните празници!
Жоро, ние ще бягаме!
Вижте как полицията отново не се намесва. Колко пъти ще го гледаме този сценарий вече?
Русия! Ушев, просвет, женот и себе, а ти стоиш и кора ме държиш!
Военно уведомителен режим, как той ще ми разрешава да изкарат от Добре, точно. Може, който е... Еничари! 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 Еничари!
Все едно от техните бащи и майки ни взимат 150 лева пенсия. Все едно не го правят това. Как да му да разберат, че да се останат и този народ всичко ще оправим? Ай, ще някакъв дебил да не го разбере нищо. Все едно не е на това да разбере.
Там е позорно, вие не сте позорни хора, за разлика от
Париж е затворена улица. Значи оттам не може. Смятайте кой нарушава закона и лъже в тази държава. Безогледно и му се дава ефир на този. И къде е, пак да го питам същия този, къде му е накачен заповедта от Фандъкова да спира граждани? Точно!
Бяхме с голямата камера и оператора на пулс да спуснем.
Уважаеми зрители на Българската свободна телевизия, ясно е, че няма лесно да бъде развързан този възел на напрежение, който се породи тук между сградите на Българската академия на науките и старата сграда на Народното събрание. Полицията така и не допусна гражданите, които искаха да стигнат до паметника на незнайния войн, за да отдадат почит на днешния ден, Деня на независимостта. Така и не ги пуснаха полицията хората и в момента това си остава един неразрешим възел. Да видим дали той ще се разреши и как. Разбира се, силно се надяваме да не се стигне до грозни гледки, така както бяхме свидетели на такива гледки преди 20 дни на 2 септември и първото велико народно въстание, когато полицията би и арестува поголовно протестиращи. До този момент няма такива случки. Ние оставаме тук да следим ситуацията. Не мога да разбера къде е.
La denuncia que han realizado. Desde entonces las personas que trabajan en este organismo no han avanzado o no han prestado la ayuda suficiente para las víctimas de feminicidios y para las mujeres que sufren todo tipo de maltrato. Hasta ahora la manifestación se ha realizado de manera pacífica. Hay elementos.
Our favorite person is on.
Instalaciones de la Fiscalía General de Justicia del Estado de México que están ubicadas en San Cristóbal, en el centro de Ecatepec, a donde se presentarán las mujeres que fueron detenidas durante los operativos del 11 de septiembre para presentar una denuncia en contra de los elementos de esa corporación mexiquense que participaron en el desalojo y después detención de varias de ellas el 11 de septiembre en la sede de la Comisión de Derechos Humanos del Estado de México, localizada en Ecatepec.
I have to piss, guys, really bad. Can I piss here somewhere, maybe?
Amigos del Universal, les recordamos que nos encontramos en el municipio de Ecatepec, donde hace unos minutos inició una marcha integrada por colectivos de feministas que partieron de la sede municipal de la Comisión de Derechos Humanos del Estado de México y que llegará a las instalaciones de la Fiscalía General de Justicia del Estado de México, donde presentarán una denuncia contra los elementos de esta corporación mexiquense que participaron en un operativo realizado el 11 de septiembre en el que 11 de las mujeres y 2 hombres fueron detenidos y trasladados después al Centro de Justicia de Atizapán, donde según las denuncias de ellas fueron agredidas y los elementos de esta corporación presuntamente habrían cometido agresiones en su contra, les robaron pertenencias y ahora, después de que fueron asesoradas por el Centro de Derechos Humanos Seferino Ladrillero acudirán a la misma corporación mexiquense para presentar una denuncia contra los elementos que participaron en esos operativos.
I'm a journalist.
You for
Какво става с този от Да България?
Нещо. Съм го чувал. Не изчезнало е нещо. Той
защото на нас не вика, че сме били платени, пак те казали, май той е платен.
Да. Той на бас ли ви вика? На кой бас?
Да бе, моята компания.
Ага. Вика, че сте платени от кой?
Ами не каза от кой обаче. Каза само...
От комунистите някакви.
Абе не знам, че... Наказа, че сме платени.
И вече го няма, не го виждам вече на протеста. Той вече стана с Бойко май. Той това правиха през цялото време, атакува всички, които са против Бойко и...
Който си Вадошков,
да. Той това прави с всички, които са...
Аз като му видя само физиономията на макет.
Да.
Физиономията на макет. Какво става с това? Как си? Нямаш горичка, да?
Малко, вече не минавам. Имам тук малко на ръцете. Зъбите има малко отчупени няколко зъби.
Пусна ли такова? Сигнал пусна ли?
Да, те ги арестуваха на другия ден, те и двамата. Добра работа свърши аз с това, с този случай. Те, принципно, мен много не ме отразяват политиците, като се оплаквам, но...
Ма те какви са? Имат ли някаква политическа принадлежност или не знаеш?
Не знам, беха някакви сервитьори от Уго.
Какво си им направи на тях?
Нещо ги базиках там пред Уго. Всъщност тем...
А те другите? Долу. Защото те не казаха да се ходим. И другите? Които хора са и там?
Те някакви там, те ми изкочиха нещо там и нещо се сбутахме там пред Уго и после те ме проследиха по стрима и ме нападнаха.
Because they were the first to proclaim the abolition of slavery. Then we had a second transformation in the middle of the 19th century, a very important change of worldwide significance. This was a reform movement. It was headed by a great leader, a liberal, the best president ever in our history, a Zapotec indigenous person, Benito Juárez Garcia. He was known as the distinguished son of the Americas. He was so important, or rather, his work and his fame were so great that Benito Mussolini was given that first name because his father wanted him to have the same name as Benito Juárez. What did our founding father do with the reform that took place at that time? He separated the state from the church. He did that before other countries did. He put into practice the biblical principle of render unto God the things that are God's, and unto Caesar the things that are Caesar's. Then a third transformation took place at the end of the 19th and the beginning of the 20th century. This was the Mexican Revolution of 1910. It was a fight for democracy because we were suffering under a dictatorship that had been imposed for 34 years. We fought to guarantee the freedoms, and we also fought for justice. There were very important social leaders who emerged at the time. The Flores Magón brothers were precursors of that revolution. Another good man, an apostle of democracy, Francisco Madero,
¡Asesinada más! ¡Ni una asesinada más! Porque vivas las queremos. Porque vivas estamos. ¡Vivas nos queremos! Eres popó. Eres popó, policía violador. Eres popó. Eres popó, policía violador. Policía no me cuida. Me cuidan mis amigas.
it is from the bottom up. We are devoting resources that are the product of savings because corruption is not being allowed, and this is also a product of Republican austerity because there is no luxury in government. I'd like to mention to you that there was a presidential aircraft. Well, it still exists, but it's on sale. We raffled it, and we are still going to sell it. This aircraft is like a flying palace. It's a real insult, a slap in the face to our people. A luxury aircraft for 240 passengers, which has been refitted to accommodate just 80 people, with a meeting room, with bedrooms, something.
Podemos ver ahora que nos encontramos afuera de la Fiscalía General, pues estos actos, ¿no? En donde ahora sí que ven que estamos agraviadas y que saben los delitos que ellos cometieron hacia nuestros derechos humanos, están aquí fingiendo que siguen el debido proceso cuando pues durante nuestra detención pues todos sufrimos golpes y amenazas, incluso pues terror psicológico, donde todo el tiempo nos mantuvieron incomunicadas y hablándonos pues de manera misógina como están acostumbrados a hacerlo las autoridades en el Estado de México. Para ellos nosotros éramos unas putas, unas culeras, ¿no? Se la pasaron pateándonos todo el proceso y ahora vienen a decir que mantuvieron un diálogo abierto con nosotros. Aquí en Ecatepec la policía no nos cuida, nos cuidan nuestras amigas. Y por último, pues ya la de más, ¿no? La de siempre. ¡Del Mazo!
Escucha, las mujeres no se callan. Eres un feminicida y lo decimos en tu cara. Del Mazo, escucha, las mujeres no se callan. Eres un feminicida y lo decimos en tu cara. Escucha, las mujeres no se callan. Eres un feminicida y lo decimos en tu cara.
Pues por último agradecerles a todos los que nos acompañaron y a todas las compañeras que siempre de prensa han sido muy empáticas y han estado pues al tanto de nuestro bienestar, acompañándonos en este tipo de eventos y cubriendo pues realmente la nota y no la nota amarillista que están acostumbrados ellos a tener. Y pues nosotros vamos a continuar pues con el debido proceso. Como saben, tenemos abiertas carpetas de investigación que ellos garantizan cerrar, sin embargo, pues no a nosotros no nos aseguran nada. Entonces, pues gracias.
¿Van a pasar ahora al... ¿Sí? Bien, amigos del Universal, es así como culmina esta marcha que inició en las instalaciones de la Comisión de Derechos del Estado de México, con sede en Ecatepec, y después de que caminaron por la avenida Morelos, llegaron a las instalaciones de la Fiscalía General de Justicia del Estado de México, también con sede en Ecatepec, donde realizaron un mitin, leyeron un comunicado en el que acusan las violaciones que dicen sufrieron el 11 de septiembre de parte de elementos de la Policía Ministerial del Estado de México, y ahora van a presentar una denuncia en este mismo lugar, asesorados por abogados del Centro de Derechos Humanos Ceferino Ladrillero. Es así como llegamos a la culminación de esta transmisión, amigos del Universal, y les pedimos que estén pendientes de toda la información que se genere en todas las plataformas del Universal. Soy Emilio Fernández y hasta aquí el reporte. Buenas tardes.
Да се стига до арести.
I have great faith in Mexico's future, but I also have great faith in the future of the world. I am a believer. My creed is universal brotherhood. And so I send to each and every one of you very warm greetings from Mexico City, the capital of our republic.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the United Mexican States for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Uruguay to introduce an address by the head of state.
Señor Presidente.
Mr. President, I have the honor of introducing the pre-recorded message for the statement at the general debate of the United Nations, the address of His Excellency Luis Lacalle Pou, President of Uruguay. Thank you very much. Mr. President of the General Assembly, Ambassador Volkan Bozkir, Mr. Secretary General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres, distinguished heads of state and government, national representatives, and representatives of international organizations, ladies and gentlemen. The 75th anniversary of the United Nations finds us once again in the midst of a crisis, one of an undoubtedly different nature to the catastrophe triggered by the Second World War, but one which also forces us to rethink our future in order to consolidate the progress made and also prevent future crises, whether they be financial, health, climate, or all of them at the same time. The scope of the current pandemic and the painful results in terms of losses of life and the effects on the health of many people focuses our attention, for it becomes necessary to find solutions for our peoples, especially for the most vulnerable and most exposed to suffer the severest effects of this pandemic on health as well as on their livelihoods. But the commemoration of this anniversary should also lead us to think about the future we want for our countries and our societies beyond this crisis. It is before this General Assembly, Mr. President, that once again Uruguay wishes to stress that the road we take both to get out of this pandemic and for the next 75 years will always find us on the same side, on the side of multilateralism, supporting the search for solutions that are framed in multilateral legal settings in all aspects of international life, health, the environment, trade, and migration. A few months ago, Uruguay joined the Alliance for Multilateralism, an initiative to defend the multilateral order launched by France and Germany. It is yet another example of Uruguay's commitment to the cause of multilateralism. Mr. President, Uruguay supports the role of the World Health Organization and the part that the United Nations system plays in coordinating the global response to this pandemic, with the understanding that international organizations have the fundamental role of coordinating and orienting us towards a search for the best solutions to the current crisis and a coordinated management of the impact of the crisis on the medium and long term. Uruguay has joined the call for fair global access to healthcare, technology, to medicines and vaccinations through the sharing of knowledge, intellectual property, and the necessary data to detect, prevent, treat, and respond to COVID-19. Uruguay's response to the pandemic has focused has had a multidisciplinary focus. It is social, economic, and epidemiological, monitored by an honorary scientific advisory group we are very proud of. It is based on the responsible freedom exercised by our citizens with solidarity and generosity. This, together to a strong, resilient healthcare system, has made it possible for us to resume work, schooling, and cultural activities. We also wish to make an appeal here to the international community for the current pandemic not to lead to a weakening of compliance with the commitments made at the multilateral level. We must avoid falling into scenarios of nationalism and protectionism, which could harm international relations, international trade, or break the supply chains and impede the circulation of medical supplies that are so sorely needed to emerge from this health crisis. At the beginning of the decade of action to reach the Sustainable Development Goals, we must move from words to action, and this is a necessary condition to put an end to poverty, protect the environment, and improve living conditions of the world's population. The United Nations have promoted the 2030 Agenda, and this must be kept, despite the major current difficulties, as a central guide to achieve progress in sustainable development. Uruguay has worked tirelessly since the SDGs were approved for effective compliance. Our country continues to honor its history by reducing inequality as well as its focus on decent work supported by investment and growth. We have also taken an irrevocable commitment to education at all levels, which is so badly needed for human beings to fully realize themselves and for all citizens to have the same opportunities. This global pandemic has shown that faced with ever-changing challenges, it is important to keep the necessary conditions and support for international cooperation so that all states, especially developing countries, can make progress towards sustainable development. In this setting, it is paradoxical that countries like Uruguay, classified as a high-income developing country, should not have access to the greater part of sources of international credit or more favorable credit lines. For this reason, we continue to promote the review of this classification or graduation, which is based solely on per capita income. For these categories to be really appropriate and fair, a multidimensional criterion should be considered to define the degrees of development and the needs for international support for each country based on its own reality. In this vein, I wish to stress the support of ECLAC in order to develop a multi-factor criterion. Sustainable development could not be called sustainable if we had no concern for the environment. Like the pandemic, this too is a challenge which countries cannot face alone. It calls for a collective will to face the challenges which are before humanity. Uruguay continues making progress in this area with the recent creation of a Ministry of the Environment as a demonstration of the priority that this issue has for the government. Mr. President, Uruguay once again wishes to express its support to the Paris Agreement on climate change and its firm commitment with the goals set in this area. Uruguay has developed a national response system to climate change to prevent its risks, to mitigate and to adapt to climate change. We understand that best practices and the effective work should be for accountability faced with the current challenges deserve a greater focus and acknowledgement. We also celebrate the fact that the Biodiversity Summit will be taking place next week, and we express our commitment to promote sustainable use and practices of biodiversity and natural resources, developing mechanisms for their best management and use. Uruguay wishes to stress before the General Assembly its support for the Secretary General's roadmap on digital cooperation. Uruguay understands that for these initiatives to prosper and effectively contribute to achieving the SDGs, digital technologies must be able to overcome the digital divide and the connectivity divide.
От 7 часа, това колко часа са доста. Така че ето виждате и от другата страна. Площадът е практически празен. Полицаите, които са между другото на Шишман от двете страни, Шишман все още не са си тръгнали. Интересно защо. Мъчат ги според мен да седат там, защото няма вече какво да се върши тук. Нито арести, нито... Тоест хората, които потенциално тук можеше да бъдат арестувани, нито са тук, нито има такива, които в момента заслужават това. В България институциите са изградени от хора, на които им липсва независимост в действията. И става тук да се вършат геройства, да застанеш с голи...
Ceasefire, a global ceasefire which my country endorses. A peaceful environment is indispensable to respond to the pandemic. This is why we must redouble our efforts towards dialogue, the peaceful resolution of conflicts, and the rule of law in order to palliate the suffering and bring hope to the most vulnerable populations. Uruguay is strongly committed to the peace forces of the United Nations. We are one of the largest per capita troop contributors. This is a clear demonstration of our national commitment, as well as the offer our government has made to install a laboratory to increase medical diagnostic capacity in the United Nations peace operations in the framework of this pandemic. Let me recall Uruguay's call to defend hospitals and schools that are being attacked in conflict zones, and the need to support the Security Council's resolutions in this area. Uruguay reiterates its commitment to the human rights agenda and will continue to actively advocate the defense of human rights. This includes the protection of the rights of children, the situation of civilians in conflict, and the rights of women, as well as the respect of these human rights by the international community. In this context, we will continue advocating the effective application of the mechanisms to defend human rights by the United Nations. I wish to make special mention of the existence of vulnerable sectors of the population which are most affected by the pandemic, such as women who are victims of domestic violence, a problem of special concern for Uruguay, which has led us to develop specific policies to respond to their situation. Neither should we forget the migrants and the internally displaced, who are even more vulnerable to this pandemic. Let me stress here the open policy of Uruguay as a receiver of voluntary migration, based on the values of democracy and equality before the law and respect of the rights of all people, regardless of their origin. Mr. President, through the strengthening of human rights, not only will we make progress in the protection, we will also achieve the empowerment of those who are called to be fundamental actors in the building of peace and of development. I am speaking of women and young people. Lastly, I wish to stress the role of the International Criminal Court and the importance of its deterrent effect against genocide and mass atrocities and their perpetrators. Uruguay reiterates its commitment to the international justice system, particularly its support to the International Criminal Court as an independent, impartial legal institution with a central role to play against impunity and in the search for justice. In this forum, where peace was sealed 75 years ago, I wish to express my concern at the dangers which arise because of non-compliance with disarmament agreements or the withdrawal of certain parties, which could lead to renewed arms races, dragging us back to a time when the world lived under the shadow of a possible nuclear conflict. There cannot be peace in the world if there are no serious commitments by the international community for disarmament and non-proliferation. Uruguay is concerned at the proliferation which are a threat to the stability of regions and for global security. They feed crime and insecurity, and this affects peaceful coexistence within societies. My government has committed itself to combat insecurity and crime, and we are working unflaggingly to this end. We will also continue cooperating with the United Nations in the fight against terrorism, transnational organized crime, and the links between both. Mr. President, the future we want for our peoples is one where we can make progress towards common solutions in solidarity to the challenges facing us, to achieve sustainable and inclusive development, where the rights of all are respected and opportunities are provided for the development of each and every one of the citizens of this world without leaving anybody behind. We want a peaceful future, a world where states will focus on dialogue and negotiation, where we will find ways out of the current conflicts, which will protect the rights of all parties. To this end, we need to redouble our efforts for preventive diplomacy and mediation, for conflict prevention. And to this end, we need a United Nations that will act with more coordination, both in discourse and in practice. An organization that will be actively related with other international organizations, including financial ones, in order to be able to implement a range of mechanisms which will make it possible for countries to overcome external and internal obstacles to their development, and ensuring that all dimensions of development are covered. Uruguay is particularly interested in increasing the relevance of the general action of the United Nations, particularly that of the General Assembly. as well as all member states having the possibility of effectively participating. Uruguay has always sought to contribute to the general transparency of the operations of the United Nations Organization and all its bodies, including the work of the Security Council. At the present time, we will assess the possibility of increasing the effectiveness and efficiency of the organization at the same time as we contain the financial costs of operation and increasing the transparency and accountability of expenses. We give special value to the efforts of the organization to include civil society and the private sector as part of the solution to the economic, social, and environmental problems facing us, since inclusive, sustainable development calls for the participation of all sectors of society. World leaders must rise to the circumstances and to the needs of our people and be able, just as our leaders were 75 years ago, to think beyond the current crisis and consolidate the multilateral mechanisms and instruments which make it possible for our societies to achieve sustainable inclusive development with respect for democracy, for freedoms, and the rights of all human beings. The leaders of the world must be responsible. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Eastern Republic of Uruguay for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Seychelles to introduce an address by the head of state.
Mr. President, I have the honor to introduce the pre-recorded statement by His Excellency, Mr. Danny Faure, the President of the Republic of Seychelles.
Excellency, President of the 75th session of the United Nations General Assembly, Your Excellency, Secretary General of the United Nations, distinguished heads of state and government, esteemed delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Rarely have the United Nations and multilateralism been tested as they are being tested during this year of the UN's 75th anniversary. The year where the world is grappling with the COVID-19 pandemic. Rarely has there been a more pressing time for creative thinking and innovation to respond to modern challenges. The painful lessons learned since the outbreak of the pandemic underscores the urgent need for the continued collective approaches. To be effective, our joint efforts need to be coordinated and delivered through a revitalized and more inclusive multilateral system comprising of the voices of all stakeholders, including the youth, civil society, and the private sector, to ensure a global all-of-society approach. I say revitalized because the existing setup has, despite the lessons of past outbreaks of viruses, failed to respond adequately to COVID-19 with devastating consequences. Seychelles stepped up to the challenge despite being faced with an economy crippled by the collapse of tourism, our primary industry. We introduced a series of unprecedented measures to save the lives of our people and mitigate the economic destruction, minimizing unemployment and securing workers' incomes. To ensure an inclusive approach that factors in the specific needs of different stakeholders in Seychelles, we consulted with the private sector, trade unions, civil society, and interfaith organizations as required. We were joined in this undertaking by the tourism businesses, a key driver of Seychelles' economy, and who continue to play an instrumental role in drafting Seychelles' tourism comeback together with government. However, everything Seychelles has done to date to minimize the impact of COVID-19 will not be sustainable in the long term because of the depletion of our foreign exchange reserves. It took us 44 years since Seychelles' independence to attain the quality of life we enjoyed before COVID-19. and just 4 months for COVID-19 to paralyze our tourism industry and with it much of our economy. We foresee a 14% budgetary deficit for this year instead of 4% surplus we projected before COVID-19. The Seychelles economy was set to grow by 3.9% this year, but will now end 2020 at negative 15.2%. We estimate it will take at least 5 years for Seychelles to return to where we were before COVID-19, assuming the world gets a vaccine that ensures the novel coronavirus is no longer a global public health threat. I turn to the multilateralism theme for this debate, a multilateralism which we recognize as crucial to a globally coordinated response to COVID-19, and to us emerging from the pandemic more resilient and hopefully more compassionate. SIDS have made heroic efforts to shore up jobs as unemployment grows and provide social safety nets for our people in response to COVID-19 with the limited capacity and resources that we have. However, we cannot maintain these in the long term, often at the cost of worsening our debt burdens as part of the looming global debt crisis. The shortage of effective global solutions for SIDS as the United Nations celebrates its 75th anniversary is alarming. The ultimate test of multilateralism lies in the way we assist vulnerable economies today, for it ultimately decides whether we attain the future we want. We call on all relevant stakeholders to take immediate, substantial, and tailored actions to allow us to manage the crisis and address its grave socioeconomic impacts while preserving our development achievements and reinforcing our resilience to future shocks. Such actions should include building capacity for small island developing states to cope with and recover from external shocks, such as pandemics like COVID-19, other forms of disasters and impacts of climate change. International financial institutions should re-examine their eligibility criteria to tailor SIDS access to concessional financing to take into account our extreme vulnerability to economic, climate, and now public health shocks that put us at particular risk and disadvantage. Seychelles backs OASIS, the Alliance of Small Island States, in its call for a SIDS compact, which caters for our specific and persistent constraints and vulnerabilities. Such a compact will require the design of new and enhancement of existing financial instruments to guide SIDS economies through the current crisis, create a responsive system where we maintain our gains, reinforce resilience to climate change, and achieve sustainable development. The massive global economic restructuring now underway presents the world with a unique opportunity to pursue a holistic and transformational approach to address the numerous escalating global crises we face while making the most efficient use of our resources. Our recovery efforts should aim to take us to a more sustainable and resilient future, which requires a recognition that economic recovery depends on ecological health. Reviving economic activity should not be at the expense of environmental sustainability. One of the jobs Seychelles has offered workers made redundant by COVID-19, for example, is the planting of hundreds of thousands of trees across our islands. This measure is in keeping with the call by the world's scientists to protect our natural environment at all costs. This is how we can restore planetary health and the balance between human and ecological well-being. We cannot have a healthy recovery from COVID-19 pandemic if we do not heal our poor relationship with our natural environment. As the saying goes, human health depends on nature's health. We understand this well in Seychelles, where the two main pillars of our economy, tourism and fishing, depend on the state of our natural and especially our ocean environment. So, on March 26 this year, as the pandemic raged across the world, ahead and delivered on our 2012 Rio +20 commitment to protect 30% of our giant exclusive economic zone of 1.34 million square kilometers by 2020. It was a recognition that even while we dealt with a public health emergency, we cherished the importance of nature to our people's physical, economic, and social well-being. We should adopt a similar approach to climate action to maintain and increase climate ambition in the context of the pandemic and prevent a post-COVID rebound in greenhouse gas emissions. While the effects of climate breakdown will continue to impact us long after
having a fight.
И казах, Bulgarian police is treating me.
Ама разликата е следната. Вие виждате, както мафиота има право на избор да бъде мафиот или добър човек, така и имате право на избор. Но вие избирате друг.
So she says that this was the gentleman who hit my phone with the camera. We have the number here.
Добре, проверете на втори къде съм бил тогава. Това ми е личният номер, който проверете на втори.
10 човека могат да го правят, ама 10 не могат.
Е нормално, че всичко е сега за 5 човека да затворите цялата.
Аз съм сигурен, че не са.
Не, аз не мисля, че беше него. Той има сигурно един малко по-пълничък, но той не ме удари. Да, ама не беше, мисля, че той не ме удари, той където. Той по-пълния не ми удари телефона. Той ми каза, изпусна нещо.
Само ви казвам,
не мисля, че е него, честно казано. Беше по-висок малко. Да.
Дай да ходим към Оров мост.
Това е профил какво? Тук е...
Значи нещата са такива, поне сме 5, айде така. Ако бехме 500, нали, всички ще пазят. Е това е. Няма да ни изгоните, какво ще правят?
Аз идвам от Англия, съм отрано на този протест.
Change far more than we relied solely on land-based action. Seychelles' protection of nearly a third of our EZ for ocean conservation, sustainability, and climate action shows that countries' responses to the health and financial crisis caused by COVID-19 do not need to be at the expense of nature and climate. Seychelles agrees that we need international solidarity and cooperation more than ever in the face of the worst human and economic crisis of our lifetime, a multilateralism that works for both developed and developing countries. Many argue that society is unwilling to make the behavioral changes necessary to address climate change effectively. Countries' responses to COVID-19 show otherwise. We have changed in previously unthinkable ways. We must not lose sight of the fact that the stimulus packages aimed at rescuing economies from the coronavirus will determine the shape of the global economy, a more financially stable, socially inclusive, and low-carbon economy for years to come. If we are going to talk about a multilateralism that counts for everyone, it must deliver an equitable recovery that prioritizes innovation, science, health, well-being, opportunity, and a livable environment for all, countries and societies. The future of multilateralism depends on a transformative global response to the COVID-19 pandemic, a transformation which will take us all, the most vulnerable countries and fragile economies included, into a more sustainable and resilient post-COVID world better equipped to meet the goals of 2030 agenda and the Paris Agreement on climate change and for small island developing states. I thank you all.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Seychelles for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Rwanda to introduce an address by the head of state.
Thank you, Mr. President. It is my distinct honor to introduce the pre-recorded statement of His Excellency President Paul Kagame, the President of the Republic of Rwanda, during the general debate of the 75th United Nations General Assembly.
Racism is an inconvenience. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Harbor Street. Please protest peacefully on the sidewalk.
All right, so they've walking. They've gotten out of the center of the street, but they're crossing the street through the crosswalks on each street. Okay.
Everybody's walking on right of way. You're all drivers. Know your law. Anybody crossing the street has right of way before all drivers.
All right, so they're protesting on the crosswalks. Let's see what's happening here. Okay, protesters have the crosswalk between Main and Main Street. I don't know the intersection, but they were right here on the corner where Dunkin' Donuts Stadium is. And they are protesting on the still in the street, but they are going walking across the intersections. That's what they're doing. Again, this protest jumped off after a black woman was physically good word, restrained by 3 to 4 Hartford police officers. Some confusion and traffic stop and other information that I don't know much about, but what we do know is she was attacked, she was brought down, and it was appearing, or it appeared that one of the cops had the knee on the woman's neck. So let's talk to one of the protesters here. What's going on here, lady?
We are protesting police brutality as usual, as exemplified by the video of the arrest on Blue Hills Avenue, where there were 5 white officers attacking one black woman, holding her down, abusing her, and not listening to what anyone in the community was saying. So we are here to protest the Hartford Police Department, police in general, the whole institution. I'm out here every day protesting. No peace. Why? Because Charlie and Mayor Boone are in bed together.
No racism.
And it's a romance between the two of them, and they are both corrupt as hell. The carpetbagger and the bar brawler.
Thank you. So we had a group, maybe about 25, 30 people who come out in protest. You just heard what Miss Joanna told us about the incident. She was able to provide more details than I knew. But we are out here, and the cops have basically threatened to take people to jail if they don't get out of the middle of the street. They cited it's traffic, and please leave the streets, move out of the streets and get on the sidewalk. I moved onto the sidewalk, and kids that were here, the adults that were with the kids, they moved them on the sidewalk. It's like keep them over there on the sidewalk. But it has been a pretty good protest. People out here, getting some support. People loving it. So this is in 2020. This has really been almost like the norm. Seems like this incidents where there's been issues of police brutality and excessive use of force throughout the country. And the most recent was yesterday, Blue Hills Avenue. Okay, they got some support here. All right. All right. Right. Came out. There's probably maybe 8 to 10 police cars that were out here. At one point, it looked like they were going to get out, and people may have been arrested, but everybody moved up out of the street. And now marching on the sidewalk, going for the walk past Selvins, or on our way back to the police station. How you doing? What you doing out here?
Well, I'm out here just trying to make sure that our voices are heard. We definitely will not be tolerating police brutality, and we definitely want to see an improvement in de-escalation strategies, and definitely we want all Black people to be treated just the same as they do their white counterparts when it comes to engagement with the law. That's what we want. We want equity. That's what we want. We want equity. That's what we're out here asking. Justice. Justice. No justice, no peace. This is America. Black Lives Matter.
All right. So you see the protest. Now moving. Thank you, lady. Moving past South Shoes. Going back down Main Street towards the Avenue and to the police station. Thank you, everybody who joined in. But things really jumped off big yesterday. They said the video went viral. There were several different videos that were made. How you doing? Good to see you. What's up? Black Lives Matter. Right. All right, right here, an exclusive Black Lives Matter gear. Nice to see you. All right. So anyway, exclusive lines. There you go. So okay. So anyway, yeah, I'm going back to the the police body cam video. The camera video that was actually released to the public was taken by a cop who, during most of the encounter, had his body cam faced towards the bystanders, and we're talking to bystanders, so you didn't really get a an actual, real depiction of what was going on with the cops on the ground. That is one of the problems with the body cam video. Yeah, the body cam video, but it functions to fit the police narrative. Talk to me, what's going on out here?
How you doing, Bridget? You know, this is the usual. At least no surprise, Hartford police have had a history of aggressive tactics towards civilians. And it's unfortunate that yet again they sent out edited footage, trying to make this woman seem like she's some kind of animal. It's the way they want to do. But anyone who knows the way the Hartford police act know that they usually act aggressive. And this is just one of many cases. These aren't bad apples. This is how they roll on the streets of Hartford. This is how they like to treat the civilians. So think about all the cases that aren't being filmed happening right now. So it's unfortunate that we're going to see police out here to meet with people. And it's convenient when it's like local ops, national coverage. But it seems like anytime something local like this happens, lots of silence from local police or local politicians. You know.
Well, this is national news here. This is national news. And listen, that editing video, you're right. They have a history of that.
Oh, you already know.
I take great issue with that because I'm an editor.
Yeah.
So you edit the video to tell whatever narrative you want to tell whatever story you want to tell. And the thing about forcing all the police to wear body cam videos, what difference does that make if they take the body cam video and do what they want to do with it anyway? They put it the way they want it. So
I hope that the recent things that happened with embezzlement and that corruption, maybe those same eyes can look into Hartford, because as you already know, our hands aren't clean either. So
FBI,
look, you're the holic.
FBI, hey Gail King, the FBI got the information. Thanks, Will. All right. Okay, so we're back over here. Back over here in the corner of Albany and High Streets. Looking to see, okay, stand out here in the corner.
Down with injustice! Enough is enough!
Black Lives Matter, Power Up, rally and protest in Hartford, Connecticut. You heard some longtime residents and lovers in Hartford who said this has been going on. Racism, police brutality, and unfair treatment and excessive force has been going on for a long time, and hopefully with the new revelations and corruption charges in Bridgeport, the FBI will be making their way north to Hartford, Connecticut. Because what is the problem is the Mayor Luke Cronin and Chief Jason Daugherty and Prosecutor Matthew Kadansky and
you guys have jobs. Teddy has a job because of Trump.
Hi. Fair warning, I talk a lot of shit. I'm really good at it.
Yes.
Yes, I'm excellent at it.
He inherited it all from his mother.
Yeah, my real one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And your adopted.
That's right.
You know, I went down to file papers to actually adopt you.
You went down to file papers to adopt me? I am 34. You cannot adopt me.
Well, it really got funny.
Yeah.
I'm 30.
Like,
You make a lot of money and you're really smart. So it's good benefit.
what are you doing? Is running traffic? What are you doing? I got too much gear. I can't run.
She's a gangster with it. I'll stop.
Okay, well, Tara just ran across traffic because she's wilding. Oh, this car thinks he's turning right, but he can't turn there. You can't turn there. Da, 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 da. You can't turn there. It is a one-way. Oh, the cops are on the bridge taking the banner down now. Yeah. I'm getting in the back. I thought you loved me.
This is taking a turn. You get in the back.
Oh. Oh, the banner is already. Hey, y'all, the banner's already down.
It is?
Yeah, the police already took it down.
Are you kidding me?
Well, yeah, that's what happens when there's like a million of them downtown.
Are we still gonna go?
I mean, you about to give up some prime parking right here.
Maybe we shouldn't.
It's your world.
It was a nice exercise.
Yeah, I mean, it would have been really cool to see, but if it's not hanging up, yeah, everybody, they said WDRB or some shit is streaming, it's already down.
That's why they were.
Well, I don't think there's any reason for us to go down there then.
All right.
I just want to take a drive around the city.
No, hell no. I've already ridden my bicycle around here like 14 times, and plus you don't have a booster seat. I can't be back here. I can't be back here. No booster. Plus, you got no child locks back here. Hold on. Oh, shit, I'm all. Circle that. Hold up, y'all.
Anyway, they're moving now. They're moving over to different areas over here on Main Street, where the concrete islands are in the middle of the road. They are moving out there and assembling. All right. So again, we're here in Hartford, Connecticut, on the corner of Albany Avenue, High Street, Main Street, going north.
Can somebody adopt me? I'm 25, and I mean, hey, if apparently you can't adopt somebody at 34, you can adopt somebody at 25, right? I don't know. Hello, everyone. It's Lady Elrad. I'm doing a little bit better than I was like an hour or two ago. A little bit, 3 hours. Whatever. I'm doing a little bit better. Hope everybody's doing well. I will give you a little bit of a recap of what's happened so far. We had a huge Bulgarian protest. Looks like it dispersed without any tear gas or pepper spraying from what I saw. A little bit of scuffles between the police and the protesters. Not much. But yeah. So now we are looking at Hartford, Connecticut, where they are protesting after, I only found one article on it, after the release of a quote-unquote viral video. If I can't find the fucking video, where's the fucking video? After a viral video went around of a violent arrest made by Hartford PD of a black woman, and so they are protesting against police brutality and that Black Lives Matter. Rob Cordes is in fucking Michigan with the Trump Unity Bridge. Does that thing just go all over the country? Because I see it everywhere. That is a Trump rally, in case you couldn't tell. And then right under it is the Trump rally in Moon Township, Pennsylvania. And then you got Louisville, of course. They were going to go see the Breonna Taylor banner that was up on the bridge. I couldn't tell if that was a pro or an anti-Breonna banner at first because it said Fragile Breonna, and I didn't get the context of it, but we found out that it was a pro-Breonna banner. The banner has already been taken down by Louisville PD. And then top right, we have the UN summit that will probably keep going for another 4 hours. Trump already spoke at the beginning, so if you were waiting for Trump to speak for that, he already spoke this morning. But besides that, oh look, it's Argentina. I wonder what their president's gonna say. Anyways, that's all I think I have for announcements. Yeah.
So go drink water, go search up streams, or I'm gonna kick your ass, and this will be declared an unlawful fucking assembly, and you will be subject to use of force, bans, tear gas, all the things. Just kidding. But exclamation point search in the Twitch chat so you can also help search. That is your Lady Elrad announcement for today. I'm gonna go design some fucking international protest merch now that only I will buy for myself. I don't know, maybe I'll sell it. Who knows? But I want a world hoodie. That's just me though. Okay, I'll stop jabbering on.
Well, all right, still got people coming through, beeping, and got a lot of support. All right.
Hold up. Portland Police Bureau said a Molotov was thrown at them. I didn't see anything on stream, so it didn't fucking happen. Then again, we were dealing with Molotov cocktails actually being thrown in Colombia. So, Portland PPB, whatever you want to be called, Piggy Police Bureau, you need to sit down. Do I need to send them the Colombian clips? 'Cause that was more of a riot than Portland has seen. So, oh my god. Fucking somebody get Portland Police Bureau in here so I can roast them.
She cussed them out. No, she did. She cussed them out real bad. It was bad. But you know, hit the woman, man, couldn't get cussed out. Now listen, this is for the woman. This is to all the ladies. How many times you cussed your man out, and then he said, boom, just jumped when you brought his 6'3" friends and jumped on you and subdued you because he mad because you got cussed out. Come on now. We wouldn't be in existence if we got beat down every time we cuss somebody out. So that's probably the biggest issue right here. Again, as it is clear, yeah, she verbally annihilated. But did she have mental health issues? Because was it some schizophrenia at all? I don't know. I don't know. But I'm saying in the delivery of that exchange, were there some other factors where that wasn't even weighed in? So we keep talking about police and being able to de-escalate situations that involve people with mental health issues. So was that the issue? I mean, because I watched the video too, and I was like, ooh. Were those issues? We don't know. But she got beat down and thrown down, and it was not good. Jose Soto in Manchester is another case. On April 2nd of this year, he was shot by a SWAT team in Manchester. Same situation. It was still a similar situation. He was having some
it's okay for a cop to beat your ass.
Meltdowns of some sort. And the issue had de-escalated, and by the time the cops came, they had been notified that there was no problem. Situation would basically had subsided. He was coming out of his parents' house in Manchester unarmed. came out of the front door. SWAT team killed them. So those are the issues with Black and brown people when they're treated differently when they have mental health issues. But our people from the other sector, the other side, treated differently with mental health issues. That's one of the issues right there. Okay, we're back here to the protest. Nice, peaceful.
They get overtime to watch your ass.
Al with the cape is out here.
Win-win for the Harvard PD. Beat your ass and overtime to watch your ass.
Then they get overtime to watch us.
That right there was a shit bad move. Shit bad move.
Well, I've been out here since, I'm going to say day one. I came out here the very first day, the very first hour. But I was out here all the way up until I had to have surgery. Then when I had surgery, I missed about 3 weeks. I was down for about 3 weeks.
Yikes.
But then I was right back as soon as they released me. I was right back in the fold. But I turned into a crime fighter.
There you go.
Shay knows I come out at night and I fight the crime with the people.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
But I've been out here for the most part the whole time. And
How
it's
have you changed in 170 years?
How have I changed?
I would just like to say, read Leviticus. You tried. Hold up. I got a Bible quote for you. Let me go get it.
Along the way, let me say this, along the way, a lot of my white friends I have lost due to things that they have said that's been insensitive on the internet or Facebook.
Me too.
Or something like that, right? And I'm like, I don't understand how you don't understand. Right. And that's my whole thing. And it's not, and I'm gonna say as far as not even being a black or white thing, just being a human thing, a person thing. How could you be so insensitive and not have empathy for this people's family, right or wrong? Now, okay, let's say with the whole Breonna thing, everybody's like, oh, her boyfriend was bad, he sold drugs, you know he sold drugs, he's a bad person. I know a lot of people who sell drugs, they're not necessarily bad people, they're doing a bad thing. You know what I mean? But that doesn't give you the right to murder somebody, you know? It doesn't, if they didn't kill El Chapo, I don't feel they should have killed her.
I know some of you guys don't care about the Bible or some shit, but I have to say, well, Leviticus 20:13 does say that Leviticus is a holiness code written 3,000 years ago. It includes many of other outdated laws, like stoning adulterers and brides who are not virgins, and also executing a married couple for having sex during the woman's period, and a lot more. So, I mean, it's kind of an outdated text, buddy. It also prohibits haircuts, tattoos, working on the Sabbath, wearing garments of mixed fabrics, which I bet you're wearing right now. You know, that denim on your pants and that cloth in your shirt, that's a mixed fabric, buddy. Also eating pork and shellfish, which I'm sure you've had pork once or twice. And also getting your fortune told. If you ever, like, you know, broke open a little, what are those cookies called you get from Chinese takeout? The fortune cookies? Yeah, that counts. And football. If you play football or you watch football, that's that right there. Oh, that's a no-no. So, if you want to come in here and do the whole read Leviticus 20:13 thing, come back with a better quote, because I went to Bible school for like 10 years, and it's my favorite thing to push shit back down your throat and show you what ridiculousness it is. Now, I don't mind what you believe in this chat. I don't care. I really don't. But when you come up into my chat and you say some stupid, ignorant shit like that, I'm gonna throw it back in your face. Like, you can believe what you want to believe, just don't throw it down other people's throats, okay? Now back to the stream. Drink some water, go stretch, and Ban the bitches.
That as a community, to where it has divided us, it has also brought a lot of people together that normally wouldn't have came together.
Agreed.
You know, and that's how I feel about this whole situation.
People want to know what you do when you're not being interviewed by 502 live streamers.
What I do?
Yeah.
I'm a national touring headlining comedian.
That was one of his jokes.
You know what? I'm gonna tell you what. He's right, because right now it ain't no work nowhere. It's just COVID.
Nobody's working.
6 months, and I headlined. Yes, I did. I did one show in 6 months, and that was in where was it? Georgetown, Kentucky, right? It was in Georgetown, Kentucky.
Shay drove up there to see you.
Yeah, she drove up there. I appreciate that. So, but yeah, other than that, that's what I do, man. I'm a comic. I've been doing comedy for since 2001. I done toured. I done been with Cat Williams. I done been with Mike Epps, Lil Duval, some more. You name it, the late Tim Wilson. You name it, I done worked with everybody in the country. I done played the Yum Center. I done played everywhere.
So you mean to tell me I've been telling all these jokes for free this entire time? I just be hanging out with you?
Yep, and you'll get paid. You'll get paid. Don't give it away.
The new career.
Don't give it away, baby. Don't
Somebody
give it away.
just said he is the Red Robe Chronicles,
That's
and
me,
that's
Red
something
Robe
else that we
Chronicles,
should know.
baby,
Somebody
Red Robe
knows you.
Chronicles.
Yeah, I just had a whole bunch of people like, no, he's real funny. He's real funny. I'm like, all right, well, I guess
I'm funny in real life. I'm funny in real life. Like, this is what I do in real life.
Eric
In real life,
Kimbrough.
I do comedy, man. You can Google me. It's Eric Kimbrough. You can look me up. I do the Red Robe Chronicles. That's a series I started when the COVID started. I couldn't get no work. So everybody used to be like, why don't you go live and do a comedy show? And I used to be like, no, because I get paid to do this. So one day I was getting out of the shower and somebody hit me like, yo, we're here bored. Why don't you entertain us? And I was mad. This is how it started. I was mad. And I had my robe on. And I said, you know what? I'm going to go live and tell people why I'm not going to go live. But I called it the Red Robe Chronicles. And the shit took off. I'm sorry to cuss, but the shit took off. And then people started cash apping me, so that became my thing.
Brandy says his Red Robe Chronicles are hilarious.
They are hilarious, man. They the truth, man. You know, and it's just from my perspective. It's just from my eye, my point of view. You know, everybody don't agree with what I say, but you know, if you really listen and take the message in which I'm getting across in between my jokes and my 100,000 cuss words that my mama always says, you cuss too damn much, that's why I can't watch it. I'm like, well, I got it from you. Shit.
I think our mothers say that too. Mine from heaven.
Right. So yeah, but the Red Robe took off, man, and when the world opens back up, I'm gonna have a one-man show. It's the Red Robe Chronicles.
I love it.
So that's how it done took off, man.
I love it.
So, you know, even in the midst of this turmoil, with the COVID, with the protests, with everything, it's a silver lining.
Yep.
So through me, I lost work doing stand-up, but I gained a show with my Red Robe Chronicles, okay? So with a lot of y'all, a lot of people have become to know y'all through this to where they wouldn't have known y'all anyway.
Right.
So it's a silver lining through it all, man. You got to take the good with the bad and keep smiling and laughing the whole time. Like when I go live, that's why I couldn't be one of the 502 live streamers, because I talk about everybody bad, but it's funny, but it's the truth.
Okay, so I've got a challenge for you. You got to help me with this. So somebody has called me and asked me to tell a joke with someone on camera to respond to it, and they want to video it.
Okay.
So you're going to have to give me a joke and then react to it.
I just realized I never put Diana back up.
You a joke?
I guess
Diana
I'm supposed to tell the
incoming.
joke and then
Tell a joke
you're
and then
supposed
see
to,
if I laugh.
But I don't tell very good jokes.
I got this.
What is
we
it?
want like shitty dad jokes? Like what are we feeling?
Anything you want.
Okay. Okay, here we go. What do you call a fish with no eyes? He didn't laugh. Oh, there it is! There it was!
I laughed at the he didn't laugh.
See, I can't
that was the punchline. He didn't laugh.
I can't.
All right, I'm gonna give y'all a simple setup, and we're gonna have a test. We're gonna come back in about a week. I'm gonna give y'all the test. Here's a simple setup of a joke. You come up with a premise.
Okay.
Then you have a setup.
Okay.
Then you have a punch.
Okay.
That's how you write a joke. So you come up with a premise.
We'll work on that.
Then you come up with a setup. Then you come up with a punch.
All right. We'll work
It's a
on that.
1, 2, 3.
All right, that would probably cost us $1,000 just to learn.
There you go. Professional comedian tip right there. Y'all cash at me $5. I'll send you the video of him saying that shit. We got this.
Thanks, Eric. That was awesome.
I appreciate y'all. Y'all be cool. Be safe, man.
All right, baby. We'll see you. Good to see you. Love you too. The lovely Shay Wolfick, who is also live streaming along with us. Oh my gosh, that was hysterical. Yeah, so here's the thing. So, you know, when I went to get my depression treatment many years ago, I went to an amazing place called Skyland Trail in Atlanta. And I have stayed in touch with a lot of the counselors that I have worked with, and one of them asked me if I would like to participate in this little thing where I tell a joke and then somebody reacts to it.
Okay.
So that's what you got to help me find a good joke though, because I don't think I'm very funny. So be thinking about it. Anybody who's got any ideas?
I can't like pre-plan jokes. It's just not
I
how
know they
get
just
down.
kind of happen.
Yeah.
They just kind of happen, but think about it. Think about it.
I'll think about it.
All right, think about it. Well, it was nice taking that little road trip with you, Jay. I mean, look what we got out of that. Hey, babe, how you doing? Look what we got out of that. That was pretty amazing. We did not have to take that little run. Stacio, Jade, how you doing, babe? All right, y'all. Go back and see. Make one little last dip into the square here. See what's going on. Look who has just arrived on the back of her motorcycle. Miss Tamika Palmer. This is Brianna's mama. Hey, Tamika. How you doing, beautiful? How did you get this awesome ride? This is awesome. I love it. How you feeling today, honey? I know you're here. I'm glad you're here. We're always glad to see you. Hang in there. Good bike, good ride. That's kind of fun. Oh, Lord. That woman has been through a lot in the last 5 months. 5 months. Tamika has been waiting to get an answer to the question. I think the foot races are over. Food is still being served, but I'm pretty sure the grills have shut down for now. So I'm gonna have to find a stand. Oh no, there's still some hot dogs. There we go. We still got some hot dogs. That's good. Hey! Hey, Miss Kim. It's been fun this afternoon. It's just been fun. Sit around and watch people watch each other and interact and support each other and give each other love. And keep in mind that this is who it's all about. Once again, if Tamika decides that she wants to say anything else to us, we'll pop back up here. But for now, I'm going to go ahead and dip out. Keep those jokes coming.
Let's play Spot the Thizzle. Where would Thizzle be? Hold on. Look for the bike. That could be Thiz. Right over here? Right over here? Maybe?
She is not even being erratic yet. And his hand is already on her arm, and she ain't shaking her arm for nothing. She's just like, please, let me go. At this point, she's alarmed. She's not going to react calmly. A man is putting her hands on her, and she's like, no, I'm not doing this. She tries to get away, and immediately puts her hands behind her back. He pushes his body, pelvis, on her buttock. We don't know what she's been through off rip. If she's faced any sexual assault, you just triggered more of a negative reaction. Right. I'm telling you. It ain't right. And that's why we need mental health specialists out here to ascertain this issue, to ascertain the needs of the community. Because the police can't seem to handle it.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that so much. Thank you so much. All right. Great job, Chris, always. This is the issue to not let go.
We need to have a Black Lives Matter porta potty.
It zoomed in, so we can't find Thizzle, but I would assume that he's just about right here, like just off the side. But Thiz, just go jump on that train. We'll see you when we see you. Don't miss your train, bud. Oh, wait, no, we may have found him. Oh, is that him? With the bike? No, that's not him. Okay.
Mental health issues neglected. No woman, female cop present. You know, there's a lot of different elements involved. But in 2020, another thing that happened where where it's a contrast. You had them young men from UConn student who was from Newtown, Connecticut, who killed his friend and then killed someone else and then kidnapped a girl and stole a vehicle and went on a multi-state police chase. And when the police picked him up, I want to say Pennsylvania or West Virginia, I'm not sure exactly which state, but when the police finally got their suspect, he was treated with kid gloves. They showed pictures of him being handed bottles of water, just sitting there on the on the curb, undisturbed and unfazed. So there's definitely a difference in treatment. In 2020, we're just going to talk about the year 2020. There's been some differences. So, okay, well, this is basically going to wrap it up for me. We're on the sidewalk. Nobody's been arrested. Thank God. Everybody out here is probably unemployed or close to it, and it's coronavirus, and nobody has bail money, really. So I'm glad it all turned out well, but they're making a statement and making their point. You had dozens of cars right by, people beeping and support, waving, bus drivers, just all different types of people because we want to stop. Okay, so thank you, everybody. Again, we're here in Hartford, Connecticut. Appreciate everybody joining in and hope you enjoyed the Facebook Live, and hopefully answer somebody's question. If you got any questions, hopefully answer some questions. All right, thanks a lot. Everybody have a good evening. Thanks.
I want Latvia to be a global role model for a human-centered, multilingual digital economy, to support developing economies in going digital, and at the same time to elaborate digital standards for the respect of privacy and to promote them internationally. Mr. President, Latvia is concerned that among other negative consequences, COVID-19 has created a breeding ground for disinformation, fake news, and hate speech. It is critical that states counter disinformation and provide access to free, reliable, and science-based information through free media. This is a universal human right, and we must respect and help each other to exercise. Latvia has credible expertise and can contribute to this end. In June, at the United Nations, Latvia, together with a cross-regional group of 130 countries, called for action to fight disinformation, or so-called infodemic, in the context of COVID-19. The statement complements a verified campaign announced by the UN Secretary General, as well as the UN response to this negative trend. Free, objective, and pluralistic media plays an indispensable role in informing the public during the ongoing pandemic. Technology companies and social media platforms need to be more accountable for addressing online disinformation. Social media is not merely a platform where people and diverse information meets. The technology, the algorithms, the business models that drive the advertising market and attention economy all play a large part in the distribution of this information. Our priority must be to protect both privacy and freedom of expression in the digital domain. The exponential increase of disinformation, fake news, and hate speech in recent years is dangerous not only in the context of pandemic. It is a general threat for world peace. It is a general threat to efforts to solve global issues such as climate change and environmental pollution. In short, it is a general problem of humankind to find rational solutions to the challenges of our time. These threats should be taken seriously, both on national and international level. Mr. President, concerning the wider phenomenon of disinformation, I would like to address one example. Russia's attempt.
One of the cousins who's here today, Larry Kazee, protected my life in 1995 when there were death threats against the other Dream Team. Larry Kazee spent days in my garage protecting me and my family. So this case is personal to me. Ben Crump is going to come forward and talk with you about how this matter fits in the national narrative. I will then talk with you about the 15 times that our independent pathologist has confirmed that Mr. Kazee was shot in the back while on the ground and while writhing in pain for his last breath. And then Dale Gallipo will join us and tell you how these tactics are a sheer abomination. And finally, Fletcher Fair will make a simple plea for justice, that you identify the officers who were involved in this monstrosity, and that District Attorney Jackie Lacey bring these officers to justice. You've had 600 chances, Jackie Lacey, in the last 8 years. Do the right thing now. I bring you now Attorney Ben Crump.
Thank you so much, Carl, and I'm very honored to be a part of this Civil Rights Dream Team with my brothers Carl Douglas, who helped mentor me when I first was a young lawyer in the National Bar Association, and Attorney Dale Gallipo, who I've had the pleasure of standing at the forefront of the tribunals of justice all around this state. It is with a heavy heart that I'm standing with yet another black family who has lost a loved one because of the excessive brutal force of the people who were supposed to protect and serve them. And Attorney Douglas, it is with a heavy heart that we stand here as the grand jury is deliberating in Kentucky in the unnecessary and justifiable and senseless killing of Breonna Taylor. And it seems, Dale Gallipo, that it is happening so fast that we can barely keep up with the hashtags. Whether it is Ahmaud Arbery, who was lynched for jogging while black in Brunswick, Georgia in 2020, not Jermaine in 1930 or 1940, but in 2020. The lynch mob in broad daylight on video killed this young man. Or whether it is Louisville, Kentucky, where Breonna Taylor was killed while she was in the sanctity of her own home. Or whether it's George Floyd, who you all know we represent, who the police, as Attorney Douglas said, denied him any humanity, any respect, denied him the right to take a breath for 8 minutes and 46 seconds. And as shocking testament as it is, that brother was tortured to death, and we all saw the documentary of his death. And what's worse, Chris, is the fact that that brother narrated his own documentary of his death. Can you imagine saying, I can't breathe 28 times? And literally saying, Miss Fletcher, I can't feel my insides. I can't feel my legs. I'm dying. Tell my mother I loved her. Tell my children I love them. And you know, in a strange way, he got given more humanity than Dijon Kinsey, because at least he got to say a word to his family. You watch that video of the execution of Dijon Kinsey, he didn't get to say bye to his Aunt Fletcher. He didn't get to say bye to his Aunt Miss Ray. He didn't get to say bye to his little brother. I mean, he tried to surrender to them. He put his hands in the air, right, Carl? Dale, he put his hands in the air, dropped the bag, and they continued to shoot him, even though he posed no threat. And then we come to Jacob Blake Jr., who we represent in Kenosha, Wisconsin, and you see how, like Dijon Kinsey, he posed no threat. He was trying to get away from the police. I mean, you look at the video, don't take Dale Gallipo word or Carl Douglas word or Ben Crump word. Look at these videos. Just look at them. And you will see that these black men are just trying to get away from the police. But yet Jacob Blake was shot 7 times in his back in front of his 8-year-old son, his 5-year-old son, and his 3-year-old son. His 8-year-old son, it was his birthday. You can only imagine the psychological problems those babies are going to have for the rest of their entire life. And then, Carl Douglas, as we think about those names and so many more that happened in these last 6 months of this pandemic. And so what does that tell us? Why am I in here in Los Angeles standing with this family, calling on these great lawyers to fight, to acknowledge that Dijon Kinsey's life mattered? It is because while America is dealing with the COVID-19 pandemic, we in Black America are dealing with the 1619 pandemic. that represents the year when the first enslaved Africans were brought to America. And from that year to this one, for 401 years, we have been dealing with systematic racism and oppression that has us bear witness to them killing us outside the courtroom and inside the courtroom on stuff as benign as riding a bicycle while black. That was the allegation, right, Carl? Yes. Dale, riding a bicycle while black. I know our white brothers and sisters don't understand it, they can't fathom it, but this is a reality for black people in America. So I've come here today to proclaim to you all here in Los Angeles, California, that you all are not immune to the 1619 pandemic. And Exhibit 1 is the execution of Dijon Kinsey. And so, despite how the sheriff tries to justify the unjustifiable, we want you to know that this is part of a larger pattern going all across America. And as Attorney Douglas and Attorney Gallipo have shared with me, it is a worse pattern amongst the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. And so if we can raise the attention that Black Lives Matter here in Los Angeles, which is one of the largest media capitals of the world, maybe it can impact smaller media capitals like Lafayette, Louisiana, where Trayford Pellerin was shot 9 times in the back. Maybe it can affect Indianapolis, Indiana, where Dijon Reed was shot 5 times. Maybe it can affect Phoenix, Arizona, where Roberto Lopez said, "I can't breathe" 8 times when they suffocated him. Maybe it can affect Robert Escovedo in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, who was choked literally while other cops watched him being choked. And I say all of this here to say, we're not talking about Mike Brown or Botham Jean or Terrence Crutcher, stuff that happened in the past. Carl Douglas, we're talking about stuff that has happened in the last 6 months in the United States of America. And they want to say, why are black people marching when you have a president who continues to say there is no systematic racism? Well, can you explain to Black America, Attorney General Barr, why we continue to have hashtag after hashtag after hashtag? This is an epidemic, the 1619 pandemic that has claimed its latest victim, and his name is Dijon Kinsey, right here in Los Angeles, California. We will now make the case.
Thank you, Ben. Add to that the name of Oro Nunez Sr., father of 7, husband, who was suffocated on March 13th, 2020 in Chula Vista by the Chula Vista Police Department. I have to tell his wife and his 7 kids why no one is marching for Oro Nunez Sr., N-U-N-I-S. Let's talk about Dijon Kinsey. This morning, a marvelous pathologist by the name of John Heiserod, H-I-S-E-R-O-D-T, performed an independent autopsy on the body of Dijon Kinsey at the request of the family. Dr. Heiserod's diagram is available to be distributed from Ms. Canick. He told me that Mr. Kinsey was shot 15 times, 7 times with his profile of the back pointing toward him. He was shot, some of those shots E12 and E5 are elongated because Mr. Kazee was on the ground when those grazing wounds were inflicted. E5 and E12, he was on the ground. E13 was in his buttocks. Clearly, he was on the ground when those shots were fired. None of those were fatal wounds, however. Dr. Heiserod tells me number 7 and number 8 were potentially fatal wounds, and they were in rapid succession of the other. He tells me number 10 perforated the upper portion of Mr. Kazee's lung, and that was a eventual fatal wound because it filled the upper half of his left lung with blood. He began bleeding. Number 11 was another shot to the chest, which perforated the lower half of his left lung, filling the second part of his lung with blood. Dr. Heiserod made it clear he did not die instantly. He was writhing on the ground in pain when officers opened up on him.
Actually, I'll wait until he's
You can tell by
then
the
I'll post
audio
you.
of the shooting that there were 3 or 4 shots and then a pause, and 15 additional shots followed after that. Witnesses confirmed there was no effort at de-escalation. Ask Villanueva about that. Witnesses confirmed there were no warnings ever given. Ask Villanueva about that. This sideshow that he put forward last week was simply an effort to save his embattled skin. He has a problem with gangs in Los Angeles. This is my community, so I have a problem with gangs in Los Angeles. Officers are riding up and down 109th Street now, taunting the residents there. I said it. The county sheriff's department are not even supposed to be conducting traffic violations in that portion of the county. That's supposed to be something that the CHP is responsible to do. Villanueva knows that. Ask the watch commander at the South Station. They're not even supposed to be handling the, vehicle code violations. That's the job of the CHP in that portion of the county. What this shows is he was not holding a gun in his hand when 15 shots struck him. What this shows is he was alive and bleeding and writhing in pain when the officers continued to stay away. When they got a shield first, and they had a shield walking up to the man while he was writhing in pain. All too often, law enforcement officers misinterpret writhing in pain as some sort of active resistance. I dare say, if Dejan Kazee had been Latin American, those officers would not have fired 19 shots into his body. I said it. I dare say, if one of those officers had been African American, there would not have been 19 shots that were fired at this man. I said it. We have a problem here, good people. There's a scourge that patrols the county of Los Angeles. There's a gang problem, all right? But the gang wears khaki and green and also patrols our neighborhoods. And now, Dale Galipa will come forward and tell you more about the horrific tactics that were deployed that day on August 31st, 2020.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Carl. Thank you, Ben, and to the rest of the lawyers here. My heart, of course, goes out to the family, and I'm honored and privileged to represent the family and also to work with my good friends, Carl Douglas and Ben Crump. As Ben alluded to, we have handled many of these cases. I know it's shocking, but I think I have handled over 500 officer-involved shooting cases. And one wonders, why do they keep happening? And part of that story is in what happened here. Part of the outrage you see, especially lately, is people taking to the streets. But if you notice, the people were of all races, of all ages, supporting Black Lives Matter. We're watching the NBA, where right on the court of the playoffs, Black Lives Matter. That's a great thing. And all of the players of all races and all of the coaches of all races are wearing on their jerseys comments about their concern for the inequities that are happening. And for some reason, some people just still don't understand or don't get it or don't want to. LeBron James, who grew up close to where I grew up, outside of Cleveland, Ohio, he's been very supportive, as many of the athletes have. And for the sheriff, after the 2 officers were shot, which we all agree was wrong. Nobody wants to see violence against anyone. But for him to call out LeBron and say, hey, LeBron.
Okay, I decided to address the ridiculousness in chat. Let me call you out by name. Auntie, I can't pronounce your last part of it, but Auntie. Verified history, okay, that probably means you're saying something that Twitch doesn't like. If you don't like it, email Twitch. Merry Christmas. It's not fucking us. You can always try whispering a mod to see what you were going to say. We can try to fiddle with the settings. You know the magical things called artificial intelligence, and if you don't know what that means, I suggest you go Google it. It's this newfangled thing, technology, I know. It goes so fast sometimes, guys. We went from little block phones and sat phones to little things in your hands. And I mean, now they're like the size of like half your face for some phones. But yeah, I know, it's this new fancy thing that sometimes we have no control over. So if you don't like it, you might as well email Twitch, who, you know, this platform is on, because Twitch is not International Protest. Twitch is Bezos. Did I mention Twitch is not us? I don't know if I made that clear. But yeah, you can try whispering. It's a new thing. Also, it's like private messaging, but it's called a whisper. To a moderator, Elreich, Kikalu, Taylor Renee, International Protests, you know the channel you're on, and maybe nicely be like, hey, this is what I'm trying to say. Can you look and see if it's blocked in the settings, or try to mess with it so I can say what I want to say? And then maybe, just maybe, guys, we might look into it. And then, regarding Louisville, or Louisville, however you want to say it, it's Louisville. As far as we know, it is not today. And that is as much information as we have. I say not today because of my past experiences of watching these things happen. And if it does happen today, and I will eat my own foot if it does happen today, it may be in the dead of night. Thank you. This is Lady Elrad and your service announcement of sassiness. Go drink water, stretch, maybe frickin' go look at the flowers. Breathe a little. Hug your dog or your cat. Peace out, Cub Scouts. We're going back to Los Angeles.
There has to be an immediate threat of death or serious bodily injury. A gun in someone's hand is not enough to shoot someone. Subjective fear is insufficient. In every case, they say, oh, I was afraid for my life. I didn't know what he was going to do. It's not enough. An overreaction in contagious fire is excessive force. Maybe our laws need to be even...
Yes, the word slave is censored. I actually did put that one in. I put slave as a censored word because we had white supremacists coming in here and trying to use it as a slur or right-winged insult. We blocked it for a reason. So you can use the censorship of the little asterisk to say your piece, but we blocked it for a certain reason. Some of the things, yes, were blocked for reasons. Some of the things are out of my control of what Twitch does. But we have blocked some words because we don't want conflicts in this chat. Slave was one of them.
Even if they had seen a gun at some point. He was never pointing a gun at anyone, trying to shoot anyone. Everyone knows he was trying to get away. You don't see that on the video. It's the third or fourth story they've come up with, and 3 or 4 precipient witnesses who have been interviewed say that never happened. There was no gun in his hand during any of the shots. And what makes matters even worse, after the first 3 or 4 shots, he's on the ground. Undisputed, unarmed. How do you justify the last 15 shots? And if the sheriff is saying that's okay, what type of message is that sending to law enforcement? And why do the Black Lives Matter movement and the great civil rights attorneys that are here and most of America feel so strongly about this? Because it's happening over and over and over again. And until recently, there have been virtually no criminal prosecutions.
Oh, damn it, did it break? Is it gonna start over? Hi guys, it's Lady Elrod again. Oh, now I'm going back.
Matter movement and the great civil rights attorneys that are here and most of America feel so strongly about this because it's happening over and over and over again. And until recently, there have been virtually no criminal prosecutions.
There are some things I have no control over, Auntie. You're not being censored on purpose. Stop sounding like a Q conspiracy theorist. Jesus. There are some words that are banned for reasons, which I get it. Let's see, when did you follow? Here, hold on. You followed August 25th. So you followed a month ago. So you have been here for a while. Oh, now it comes back. I'm going to find a different link for this. So while I find a different link for this, I'm going to continue talking because this is my channel. So you have been around for a bit. You notice that we sometimes do get somebody that slips through the cracks and says something dumb. And so we banned them. We also took the preemptive step to block. Let's see, how many words did we block? I think it was like 50 words or something that could be used in wrong contexts. And attack people in the wrong way. Yes. We are slightly biased in this channel, and you can probably guess on which side we're biased to. We're mostly biased to the Free Hong Kong, you know, liberate Belarus, and liberate Lebanon from the... I think there was a third fire today. And we are also pro-BLM stream. So I guess you guys could call us a lefties channel if you would like. Nowhere do I ever claim to be a 100% media company. I mean, you don't have to be unbiased to be a media company anyways. I mean, look at the Young Turks. Look at fucking CNN. Look at Fox. However, we do allow people to have their different views, as long as they can do it civilly. But usually what we have noticed is that somebody can say their piece for 5 minutes and then start attacking somebody. We have made truces and business arrangements with quote-unquote other side viewed channels, which you can do !LNM to find Live Now Media's chat. They are a wonderful group of people that has partnered with us to, I guess, give the more far radical right-leaning side a area to express their First Amendment rights. Now, I will get into another part of, this is a private channel. First Amendment rights don't really apply here. Because I got a ridiculous email from somebody saying that I could be jailed for suppressing First Amendment rights in a Twitch chat. No. This is a private Twitch account. It's like you having signs on your lawn. You can do whatever the fuck you want. I can ban you if you say something I don't like. Have I banned Trump supporters all the time? No. Have I banned Lukashenko supporters? We've had one, and he explained his piece, and he went away nicely. We've also had Putin supporters here. He said his piece, but he also then started saying some racist shit, so we banned him. We have had Trump supporters in here who have actually been nice and actually held a conversation, and they are not banned. But yes, we have banned people on all sides, but to end my piece before we go back to the very important presser that is going on, we have things blocked for certain reasons. Not everything is our fault. Some of it is, some of it isn't. There are some words that are banned because they are used in wrong contexts.
Years, they always have a reason to justify the shootings. In 40 years, they never say that my co-worker did.
And also, I never need to actually explain myself, but hey, that's what makes us unique.
Another pandemic that affects law enforcement. They see no evil, they'll speak no evil, and they'll hear no evil. This is wrong. So for the sheriff to attempt to justify it is no surprise. But Jackie Lacey, hear me out. Do the right thing for a change. Bring charges against these trained killers who went too far.
Can I say one thing?
Yes,
on
sir.
that call? To address your question even further, it's awfully ironic when the police have video and an allegation of a black person in America doing something wrong, they say, look at the video. That's enough. But yet, we see whether it's in Kenosha, Wisconsin, when clearly Jacob Blake was running away, trying to get away from the police, never posing a threat. They say, no, the video isn't enough. We got to put it in context. Well, let's talk about what happened before. That's part of the playbook that the police use, and that's the same playbook that they're using apparently in Los Angeles. Because don't take our word for it. Look at that video. You don't see any gun in his hand. You don't see him pointing it at anybody. And where's the body camera video? Why don't they have body cam video in 2020 in Los Angeles, California, one of the richest counties in America, and they can't afford body cam video? I mean, that's part of the conspiracy. And so what we really have to talk about is this larger narrative that police continue to kill black people and then try to justify the unjustifiable, even if it is contradicted by ocular proof.
Yes, sir.
Were the fatal shots back to front or front to back?
The fatal shot was front to back in the chest, which perforated the top of the lung and the bottom of the lung. However, he didn't die instantly from the bullet. His lungs filled with blood over time. So there was a greater need, if in fact there was a sense of humanity, to attempt to render some sort of medical aid. Witnesses said 10 minutes or more passed for officers to gather, to tactical plan, to have a female officer come with a shield, and then in formation to approach before handcuffing him. Those were critical moments that this man was writhing in pain, Dr. Heiserod says, and bled to death. That's the nature of those wounds. 7 and 8 were similar, but he could not say for sure because he could not recover the body whether or not those wounds were fatal. Wound number 4 was not a fatal wound, but it was directly in the center of the back. The doctor says there were at least 2 different caliber guns. One officer had a 9mm. I wonder what sort of caliber gun did the second officer have? That's a question I'd love to have someone answer. If there are any witnesses to this brutal shooting, Ken Shepard with 2 P's is our investigator, and he would love to hear from any witnesses to this shooting who can come forward for justice. Folks, one last question.
Sure. Is it your conclusion the first 3 to 4 shots may have involved a fatal wound because he went forward, down, and then after that space, the remaining shots were fired from the deputies toward the man, striking him in the back?
What I can say is there were, from the witnesses, there were 3 or 4 shots and then a pause, and then a second volley. From what I could see, he was down on the ground because there was dust flying up in the air from the gunshots. There were flashes from the shots long after he was no longer a threat. And that says to me that something is wrong. That says to me it's wrong. That says to me there should be justice. And that says to me the county will pay at the end. Thank you very much. May God bless.
One last question. Ben Crump, Breonna Taylor. Will you be going to Louisville, and can you give us an update with Breonna Walker?
No, that's Breonna Taylor.
Breonna Taylor.
Yeah, we will be going, leaving one black family here in Los Angeles, going to Louisville, Kentucky, on the red eye to await the decision of the grand jury as to whether the police officers who murdered Breonna Taylor will be charged.
Thank you all very much. Thank you very much. To the office. Same way we came. Same way we came.
So to give you guys a TLDR of that, they are basically getting their civil suit against the LASD going and explaining the facts of the case, of how Dijon Kizzee was killed. If you guys would like to see the VOD of this, I will be posting it in chat shortly. Because during the last 10 minutes of it, I had to go on a tirade. It is a 38-minute presser. Here you go. We are now going to go over to Denver. There you go.
People they do not represent. So let's shut them down. Email addresses are public knowledge. You can look up who's on the board. The owner of the land,
Also, go search up links, ! Search.
The No Tech for ICE campaign is important because it got all of you out here. You each telling another person about what Palantir does, how evil they are, how wrong they truly are, helps us dismantle this machine. by brick. BLM stands categorically against white supremacy, and this company is an emblem, not of evil, because they want to be sorry, not even. They are white supremacy, and they're an easy target, and they don't even know it. They're going to try to come into our house? Fuck that. You want to come into our house? Fuck that. You want to run from Silicon Valley? Fuck that. You want to sell tech to ICE? Fuck that. I'm going to get off the mic. Thanks, y'all.
Alright, y'all, let's do another chant. Palantir! 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 Let's make sure they hear it, y'all. Palantir! Palantir! Alright, y'all, Palantir, quit your job. Palantir! Quit your job! Palantir! Quit your job! Palantir! Quit your job! Palantir! Quit your job! No tech for ICE! 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 No tech for ICE!
No tech for ICE! No tech for ICE!
No tech for ICE! No tech for ICE! No tech for ICE!
No tech for ICE!
No tech for ICE! Alright, y'all. Thank you all so much for coming out. We just have a couple more speakers, but thank you for being here to show them that Palantir is not welcome in Denver. They're not welcome anywhere. Alright, y'all. We have another speaker, is Peter Schaefer with United Campus Workers, working to make sure that folks do not work with tech, that they don't take jobs with tech, that these institutions, our universities, do not support companies that rip families apart and that help ICE do their job. So Peter, if you could come up.
How's it going, everybody? Thank you so much for that wonderful introduction. And this is like one of the best parties that I've been to in forever. I feel like social distancing really got me down. So getting a good. Oh, thank you. I'm trying not to social distance. Anyway, thank you so much. I represent United Campus Workers Colorado. We're the labor union representing researchers, graduate students, undergraduate students, staff member, anybody who works at the University of Colorado. And here I'm here today to talk to you all about Palantir and cutting off the ICE recruitment pipeline that is happening at universities all across America. As a grad student myself, and as an organizer on CU Boulder campus, I can absolutely tell you that University of Colorado loves its defense partners. Northrop Grumman, Lockheed Martin, Harris Corporation. These are all companies that pay University of Colorado hundreds of thousands of dollars a year in exchange for access to our state's incredible young talent, some of our best researchers. In a state like Colorado, which has one of the lowest higher education budgets nationwide, it's really hard for the university to turn down these offers, but this comes at an enormous cost, right? These allow these companies whose entire business is the construction of massive surveillance technologies and tools of war to sanitize their reputation and make our students complicit in their profiteering off of pain and the misery that they inflict on our community members. So now CU Boulder and Colorado in general has a new neighbor, a new profiteer in town, Palantir. Hey guys. This is a company whose stock and trade is the construction of mass surveillance technologies to criminalize and harass the refugees and immigrants that live and work in our communities, in Boulder, in Denver, in Colorado, right? Already, Palantir's head of U.S. commercial business is sitting on CU Boulder's Research and Innovation Advisory Board. I have not a doubt in my mind that with Palantir's new HQ standing right behind me, Chancellor DeStefano and President Mark Kennedy are already seeing the potential for dollar signs, right? From their response to the COVID crisis, from their complicity with slave labor in Colorado corrections industries, I have no faith that they will do the right thing if the opportunity comes for them to reject Palantir off campus, right? So, just like with everything, it's falling to the people, to the workers to stand up and do the right thing. United Campus Workers Colorado is calling on all campus researchers, all campus undergraduates, all campus graduate students to say no tech for ICE. We have to reject Palantir recruitment offers wherever they stand. We have to kick them off campus at every job fair. We have to kick them off campus at every talk. And we have to make sure that their collaborators, that their coworkers know what they are doing is wrong. To them we are saying, we will not build it, and tech will not build it. Thank you so much, and now we're going to hear from one of CU Boulder's professors, a member of United Campus Workers, Nathan Schneider.
Hello. Thank you so much for coming today. Thank you for being here. Now, in a lot of the media representations of surveillance and of what's wrong with tech, the victims of surveillance, unfortunately, are made to look a lot like me. You know, it's like a white kid in a basement playing with a computer too much. You know, it's like someone who looks like Edward Snowden. But the company back here reminds us that what's really at stake in the fight around surveillance and justice in the future, how we build our technology, is other kinds of stories. It's stories like a kid who's blown to bits for playing soccer at a wedding that was targeted by a drone strike with the help of this company. It looks like a family broken up because this company caught it in its data dragnet and turned that family into someone guilty without charge, without trial, without crime. It looks like a mother who's forced to plead guilty for Medicaid fraud that she didn't commit because this company's data is more powerful than any legal support that she can muster. These are the stories that are happening every day. These are not often part of our conversation about the future of tech, but they need to be. They need to be part of the conversation. They need to be part of the fight that we are taking part in today. It's so important to recognize that the free and open internet was created and funded by our government, by taxpayers. So is this company. This is not a private company. This is an arm of what we as a society, what our government is choosing to fund. When we talk about defunding today, there's a lot of talk about defunding today, right? And refunding. This needs to be on the table. When we talk about defunding police, when we talk about defunding the military-industrial complex, we need to be talking about defunding this kind of tech. What we're hearing a lot of today, too, is that, oh, we have to beat China. China this is the excuse for the surveillance apparatus that is growing and growing. We need to keep Facebook big and unaccountable so it can compete with China. We need to keep building our AI for surveillance and destruction because China's doing it. No, we have to reject that story. We have to remember that what makes technology powerful is when it makes people powerful. Right? And this community is not going to be part of this system. We are going to reject this. This company was driven out of where it was before. We're going to drive it out of this community. We're going to show that the technology built here is technology for the people. We need our workers, our tech workers, to stand up and say, we're going to build technology that truly empowers people, that does not tear families apart. We as universities need to say, we are going to educate our students to build tools for empowerment, not tools that put people behind bars. When we talk about defunding, we have to recognize what we need to fund. We need to recognize what we're going to invest in. We gotta have hope. We gotta remember that this is the stuff of possibility. We do not need to accept this future for our technology and for our lives. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much. Palantir, go away!
Hello again, everybody. So now I just want to give you a way in which you can stay engaged in the fight. Definitely, this is only our first action against Palantir here in Denver. There'll be many to come, but this is really, really important. I just want to say that Palantir, I think it is the first tech company that provides tech for ICE. They're not the only one, but they're the ones that have taken the stance and they actually say it publicly, that this is what they do. There are other companies like Microsoft, Google, Amazon, that are also supporting this deportation machine, but haven't taken a public stand. So it is really, really important that we actually communicate to the American public, that we communicate to investors, that we communicate to everyday people, and that they actually see what happens when a company proudly embraces the mission statement that ICE carries every day, which is separating families, kidnapping family members from their homes, conducting workplace raids literally as people are trying to feed their families. So we are also a part of a national effort with the hashtag #NoTechForIce. Everyone please say no tech for ICE. No tech for ICE. So hashtag #NoTechForIce. If you put any content, pictures, videos out there, please put the hashtag there. It helps us be connected at the national level. And then I also just want to say that we actually have a pledge to have anybody who you think might be compelled to supporting our cause, anybody who you think is against what Palantir is doing with ICE every day. We have a short link here. It's bit.ly/no- in the middle Palantir in the middle CO. So again, bit.ly no Palantir CO. Please sign the pledge, and in the same way that Senator Julie Gonzalez is going to put up a support letter for her colleagues in the legislature to sign, we also want to see tens of thousands of signatures in this pledge. So this is the moment where you actually take your cell phone out, you go to your browser, whatever you use, go to that pledge, go to that link, sign it now, share it on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, do a video and put it on TikTok, whatever you need to do to get the word out there. And let's get the word going that there is a growing effort out of Denver, Colorado to make Palantir feel unwelcome every day. Is that clear? Awesome. Thank you.
Let's do some more chants. Hey, hey! Ho, ho! Palantir has got to go! Hey, hey! Ho, ho! Palantir has got to go! Hey, hey! Ho, ho! Palantir has got to go! Hey, hey! Ho, ho! Palantir has got to go! Hey, hey! Ho, ho! Palantir has got to go! Hey, hey! Ho, ho! Palantir has got to go! Hey, hey! Ho, ho! Palantir has got to go! Hey, hey! Ho, ho! Palantir has got to go! Hey, hey! Ho, ho! Palantir has got to go! Hey, hey! Ho, ho! Palantir has got to go! No hate! No fear! Palantir, get out of here! No hate! No fear! Palantir, get out of here! No hate! No fear! Palantir, get out of here! No hate! No fear! Palantir, get out of here! No hate! No fear! Palantir, get out of here! No hate! No fear! Palantir, get out of here! What do we do when there's an IT company getting ready to take all of our privacy and deport our families? Stand up, fight back! What do we do? Stand up, fight back! What do we do? Stand up, fight back! What do we do?
feds out, we got to keep the feds out. We got to take that money and put it elsewhere. All right, so we're going to continue to fight in that realm as well. All right, so last week we went to war, and I would say that was a pretty successful event. We had a couple, a little bit of tension at the beginning with a bunch of neo-Nazis and fascists and Trumpers, which was expected. And our security team did a great job of keeping us safe all day, all night. So I want to thank them. Y'all can clap it up for the security team because they do a great job. Thank you for everything you do with the whole team. And our blockers as well did an amazing job, fearlessly standing in front of these Trumpers who were threatening to...
as well as to preserve the integrity and the independence of the International Criminal Court. Of course, some major changes are needed in the face of any unilateral sanction against its institutionalism or its staff. These acts are considered an affront to multilateralism. Renewed commitment to multilateralism means respecting the UN Charter and international law without exception. Selective approaches also weaken our collective security system. These approaches have meant that the nuclear weapons states have disregarded or threatened to disregard the obligations under the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, and yet they demand others abide by these obligations. I invite all states who have not yet done so to sign and ratify this historic agreement. In this regard, Costa Rica calls for a Korean peninsula which is free of nuclear weapons, with peace, stability, and security. And we therefore call upon the DPRK to respect and apply Security Council resolutions in this area. Costa Rica calls for a fair solution to the Palestinian issue. Parties must resume their peace talks because we are convinced the only solution to the conflict will be the creation of two states.
I'm back. Did anybody need anything, by the way? I got up to make a phone call, and I totally haven't been paying attention to chat. So if you had any questions for me, by the way, just repeat them.
Between Israel, the United Arab Emirates, and Bahrain. In our America, we would draw attention to the economic embargo against Cuba, which impacts its population. This situation must end. We also believe
that if they are ready to fight as well, we can't look and see one of our...
should come from the region, from the Venezuelans themselves, in response to this serious political, humanitarian situation and the violation of human rights they are experiencing. Costa Rica shares the concerns expressed by the High Commissioner for Human Rights, Ms. Michelle Bachelet, in her recent report to the Human Rights Council on the situation in Nicaragua. We strongly urge the government of this brotherly country to address the structural problems and tensions constructively and to be guided by respecting human rights and the well-being of their citizens. Guaranteeing respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms is the only path which will lead to peace, inclusion, and development. The tragedy in Haiti calls for joint action. There are entire groups of Haitian men, women, girls, and boys who are seeking better conditions elsewhere in the Americas, and it is time for us together to help resolve this serious humanitarian situation. A number of violations of international law are committed day after day through misinformation, cyber attacks, cybercrime, and interference in electoral processes. Costa Rica therefore welcomes General Assembly resolutions which call upon all member states to be guided by the reports of governmental groups of experts which confirm the applicability of current international law, including the Charter as a whole. But the international community must still provide greater guarantees to individuals and to institutions. Mr. President, if COVID is a early warning sign for mankind, the climate crisis and inequality are the greatest threats to human security for our generation and the future generation. We must embrace the complex tasks and not run away from them. Reason, empathy, science, brotherhood, speaking the truth, however hard that is, must win out over simplistic hate speech or polarizing speech, which in their simplicity and superficiality block progress and dampen the human spirit. This complex task means that we must ensure the implementation of the most relevant sustainable development instruments, namely Agenda 2030, the Paris Agreement, the Addis Ababa Action Agenda, the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework, and the Sendai Pathway. We also must have a safe fiscal space. There must be debt relief. There must be official development aid and international cooperation in order to bridge the gap between the development objectives and our necessary action. We cannot speak about sustainability if we do not take the necessary actions to ensure effective protection of the ocean and its biodiversity. For that reason, Costa Rica is participating actively in negotiations on a new agreement to protect biodiversity in areas beyond national jurisdiction and in negotiations on the mining code regulations, which are being carried out within the International Seabed Authority. We are raising our voice so that no mining contract will be considered unless we can guarantee protection and effective preservation of the marine environment. As well, along with France, we are promoting a highly ambitious coalition to ensure that 30% of land and maritime areas of our planet will be protected by 2030. This is a solution based on nature in our efforts to combat the climate crisis. Any pandemic which has affected mankind throughout our history has come and gone. But the question is, how well will we tackle our pandemic and how will we come through it? We will overcome this crisis, but how do we want to start over? In starting over, we must build inclusive, sustainable, carbon-free economies that respect human rights. Mr. President, Costa Rica renews its commitment to multilateralism focused on the dignity of persons, in particular the most vulnerable. Agile and action-oriented multilateralism, we believe, is necessary, and international security, national security, and human security in this context are not polar opposites. They go hand in hand. Multilateralism, through an entrepreneurial and resilient spirit to promote inclusive and sustainable economies. As we commemorate this anniversary, Costa Rica renews its commitment with hope that we will continue our mission even in the most adverse conditions, and we hope that the United Nations organization will carry out its duty for which it was established, its duty to all of mankind, and that it will foster peace, not with words, but through action. And I hope that at the end of this chapter, the world will be able to say as our poet said, I have returned to my country. That is, that part of me that was far away, lost in the fog of not knowing, not believing. I have returned. Today I see those people who crowd the streets, the squares, the parks, done up in their usual dress. I see people tying their shoes early in the morning as if they were attaching the weight of the world, and in all of them.
This shit heavy, but we gonna get it. And I'm still gonna do what the fuck I do. We gonna jump around. We gonna be marching this on. Joe here. We got Joe here. He got the motherfucker. We on today. So, I know you
want this law. They want to replace men and women who have given so much of your hard work.
Hello friends, my name is B. I'm an organizer with Detroit Will Breathe and the Detroit Defense Committee. I want to talk about two things really quickly. First, going back to the discussion about Warren, and especially in the context of the power of this movement, as we saw in Harper Woods with getting the mayor there to resign over some racist shit that he had said. The mayor in Warren, Mayor Fouts, is currently, the city is being sued because it has a long history of saying a bunch of vile racist bullshit. The N-word, for example. He said that disabled people can't be considered human beings, amongst other things as well. And this is just things that there are recordings of. Right today, right before this event, he dropped a letter on the City of Warren Facebook page about last Saturday, where he said that the police were the real heroes of the day. He was calling us outside agitators, that we were violent and disruptive. You know, he literally says all lives matter at some point in the letter. It's on the city page, you can go read it, but it's vile bullshit, right? So we know what kind of person this mayor is, and we know that the power of this movement, and that we have the possibility and the potential for us to do things like get racist ass mayors out of cities where they don't fucking belong, when they don't represent the communities that they're supposed to be representing. So when we go back to Warren, it's really important that we keep that in mind, that we are in a place where the mayor can do things like say all this vile racist shit and then turn around and say that he's the one that is in charge of, or he's the one that's for the side of compassion, that he's the one that's for the side of communication. Well, we know exactly what he wants to communicate to the people of Warren, especially the black and brown residents, and we are not going to let that atmosphere of fear and terror rule that city anymore. The other thing that I want to talk about,
stewardship of the last generation.
People should be treated fairly. So Governor Newsom, sign AB 3216. Sign the bill. Sign the bill. Sign the bill. Sign the bill. Say it louder so he hears us. Sign the bill. Sign the bill. Sign the bill. Sign the bill. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, sister. You know, this bill is about workers, and I would like to bring up a worker who's going to share her story. Let's welcome from Unite here, Keisha Bates, who works at the Chateau Marmont.
Hello, everyone. My name is Keisha Banks. I'm coming to you from Los Angeles. I worked at the Chateau Marmont for about a year. Sorry, I'm just gonna do this. I worked at the Chateau Marmont for about a year in the catering department. I, along with about 200 other of my coworkers, were terminated. We weren't laid off, we weren't furloughed, we were terminated due to the pandemic through obviously no fault of our own. I've been a waitress on and off since I was 18 years old, and the hospitality industry has always been a safety net for me. But as we all know, the industry has been hit really hard by this pandemic, and Governor Newsom has supported businesses, and now he needs to support all of us workers. In LA, my coworkers and I, we were successful in passing a retention law in LA, very similar. And we want to ensure that the hundreds of thousands of workers just like us all across our state are protected when this law passes. So I'm here today. The reason I came all the way from LA, even though I only worked at the Chateau for about a year, a lot of my coworkers dedicated decades of their lives and were very loyal to work for all of these companies. And so I'm here to help the people that have dedicated so much of their lives to our industry help them share our stories. We're all here to share our stories, and we're not leaving until Governor Newsom signs AB 3260.
Thank you, sister. It's my honor to introduce the labor leader of California, the California Labor Federation, Art Pulaski.
ما درتوهاش برك للشباب. علاه الشباب راكم تغرقوا فيه في هذا الشيء. علاه الشباب هو يحرق، سبورتيف هو يحرق، بالسادة هو يحرق، المتزوج يحرق مع اولاده. والله العظيم هو مش كي مكة خويا، خافوا فينا ربي، انتم ما تخافوش ربي. والله العظيم بك كل اللي راك تشوف فيهم هنا مضرورين زوالي، ما عنده والو. يخدم 100,000 ما يعدل لك والو. كي تجيبها 100,000 ما يعدل لك والو. تشري لك دودورو 35,000 وزيد تفليكسي منها 20,000 هاي 50,000 و50,000 كاش ما تشري منها خضره هاي راحت. هذه اللي يخدم عليها من النهار حتى 8 سوايع ما دير له والو. خاوتي هادو يحوسوا على سيرونز وعيشه كريمه يعيشوا فيها. والسلام عليكم والملتقى ان شاء الله.
Literally 5-minute stream.
These measures ensured the right to life of all Sri Lankans and all foreign nationals who were trapped during restrictions on air travel, regardless of their ethnic, religious, or social background. The WHO has commended Sri Lanka's effort to control COVID-19 more effectively, even with modest means, than more resourced countries. Sri Lanka was amongst the first countries in South Asia to open schools to bring children back in safety, as commended by UNICEF. The World Travel and Tourism Council has recently stamped Sri Lanka as a safe destination for tourists. Sri Lanka notes with deep concern that developing countries are facing an unprecedented economic and debt crisis due to the pandemic, and the need for debt relief and financial stimulus for such countries must be duly recognized. Sri Lanka is committed to the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Moreover, we as a country are extremely serious about protecting our environment. With a biodiversity that is unique to us, we are ensuring that our environmental assets are not only duly preserved but also prudently used. My government is taking all measures to strike the right balance between preserving the environment and taking development forward. The recent debacle involving an oil tanker in our seas was carefully managed, ensuring that our marine resources are in no way compromised. A small country with limited resources to handle disasters of this magnitude, we, with the help of the neighboring countries, minimize the damage caused by the oil tanker to the marine habitat. Sri Lanka welcomes the initiative of the President of the 74th General Assembly for launching the Alliance of Poverty Eradication, which will mobilize action on this issue. Based on the vision of my policy statement, Vistas of Prosperity and Splendor, a presidential task force in charge of economic revival and poverty eradication, was established to create a production economy. The task force is focusing on creating a unique economic structure based on novel initiatives. This complements my country's long and consistent history of protecting our society from extreme poverty. Our government is taking a bold and creative initiative to reduce poverty in the country by targeting poor families and providing a member of each such family wage employment that will help the family to come out of poverty and look to the future with hope. We are convinced that education is an important tool for emerging out of poverty. In Sri Lanka, the national education system is being restructured according to the theme Equal Learning Opportunity for Every Child, envisaged in the National Policy Framework. Many rural schools are being upgraded and others modernized to equip children with knowledge and skills that will help them to contribute to the development of the country. A cost-free official e-learning portal for school children with the support of all telecommunication operators has successfully contributed towards home learning during the pandemic. State ministries have been established recently covering all areas of education for women, children, and youth of the country, placing emphasis on vocational and technical education and training. Sri Lanka remains deeply committed to addressing drug-related socio-economic issues. There is a need to enhance efforts to strengthen the prevention of drug abuse among children and youth and ensure that educational settings are free of any harmful and addictive drugs. Sri Lanka is extremely concerned about the increasing sophistication of the transnational criminal groups engaged in illicit manufacture and trafficking of drugs. In order to address this, a presidential task force was appointed to eradicate the drug menace and to create a safe and a more secure country. Since its establishment, it has produced commendable results. Sri Lanka, having experienced separatism and terrorism for near 3 decades, condemns all terrorist acts in the strongest possible terms, be it domestic or international. In spite of its elimination from the Sri Lankan soil, the international network of this terrorist outfit remains. Pushing its ruthless ideology and influencing certain capitals to spread its baseless lies and propaganda. We are hopeful that no state will tolerate activities of this international network, which continues to espouse and propagate violent ideology under different guises and manifestations. The global community must stand in solidarity with Sri Lanka, notwithstanding narrow domestic political compulsions to counter terrorism. This ideology that introduced suicide bombings to the world has set precedents for acts of violent extremism across the world. This is evident by the growing recruitment drive of the extremist outfits. It is the hope of my people that the world community will not seek to forget or rewrite the violent past of this terrorist organization and allow the propagation of the group's propaganda, which aimed at indoctrination and radicalization of another generation of youth. As a nation that has witnessed the bitterness of war, Sri Lanka is committed to promoting peace across the world. We remain fully committed to UN peacekeeping. We are proud to have a long association with United Nations peacekeeping operations, with over 20,000 Sri Lankan peacekeepers having served in UN peacekeeping missions across the world. They are providing critical services to conflict-affected communities in most difficult and dangerous terrains. As a nation, we are keen to contribute to the common goal of global peace and security. At a time when the United Nations reaches its 75th year, it is a great opportunity to self-assess the approach and success towards maintaining international peace, security, and development. The UN system needs to ensure equity, inclusivity, and transparency while being more responsive to the ever-changing global environment. In order to ensure the sustainability and the credibility of the organization, political witch hunts through questionable motives against member states need to be
houses and into the streets. No justice, no peace. Everybody come out of their houses and into the streets. No justice, no peace. Tell them all come out of their houses and into the streets. No justice, no peace. Everybody come out of their houses and into the streets. No justice, no peace. Tell them all come out of their houses and into the streets. No justice.
Ethan and Rob are in Detroit tonight, and so we probably won't get that much of Detroit. Me being sad.
That the Indian Ocean is maintained as a zone of peace, where no country could gain advantage over any other. Moreover, Indian Ocean has many international sea lanes that are economically important to a large number of nations and therefore should remain accessible to global trade and commerce. Geopolitically, too, Indian Ocean receives the focus of the entire world. Given this situation, powerful countries and nations should provide their support and assistance to maintain the neutrality of the Indian Ocean and to protect its valuable marine resources. In conclusion, I wish to reiterate the importance of the United Nations Charter, which enshrines the protection of sovereignty, territorial integrity of states, and non-interference in their domestic affairs. Thank you.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Indonesia to introduce an address by the head of state.
Mr. President, Excellencies, I have the honor to introduce the pre-recorded statement by His Excellency Joko Widodo, President of the Republic of Indonesia, at the 75th session of the United Nations General Assembly. His Excellency President Joko Widodo.
His Excellency, President of the UN General Assembly, His Excellency, UN Secretary General, distinguished leaders of the member countries of the United Nations. This year marks the 75th anniversary of the United Nations. 75 years ago, the UN was born so that a great war, the Second World War, will not happen again. 75 years ago, the UN was also established to create a world that is more peaceful, stable, and prosperous. Of celebrating victory among ruins. There is no point of becoming the largest economic power.
You have always treated me well. Thank you, Pittsburgh. Thank you very much. I'm thrilled to be back in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania with thousands of lawyers.
Okay, I'll let chat vote. One for Black Zebra Audio, which is about AB, I already forgot, it's about the bill in California, basically helping with furloughed workers. Put 2s in chat if you want the UN summit, put 3 if you want Trump. And this only applies for Twitch chat.
We're going to lift our nation to extraordinary new heights. We're going to turn the page forever on the failed political class, and that's exactly what we've been doing. And we're going to defend our jobs, our families, our borders, and our treasured way of life. And remember, we now put America first. We do it. It's been a long time. It's been a long time. This is the most important election in the history of our country. I believe that. And this election is a matter of economic survival for Pennsylvania. You had the greatest year you've ever had last year, and you're really on your way. We were very, very sadly disturbed by what happened with China. They let the plague out. They shouldn't have done it. But you're now on your way. We closed it up. We saved millions of lives. That's the bottom line. We closed it up. We saved millions of lives. And I will tell you, you see what's happening. You see the numbers as well as I do. You are on your way to, I think, maybe economically the best year. This next year will be the best year we've had. And the third quarter, wait till you look at the third quarter. Look at the numbers. They will be out before the election. But I predict they'll be very good. By the way, if they're not, I deny I ever saw this. I deny it. But I'm pretty confident they're going to be incredible, probably the best ever. Under my administration, we proudly achieved energy independence. And don't forget, I am not the candidate, two candidates that said, we're not going to have fracking. We're going to ban fracking. And he said that for a year. Then all of a sudden he said, well, maybe we'll have some fracking. By the way, you know that's not going to last because the radical left won't let him get away with it. And I'm all for fracking. You know, I was in Texas. Well, it's a big part of your economy. It's energy. It's just a tremendous part. But I was in Texas 2 weeks ago, and my opponent is against oil, guns, and God. And I just spoke to the governor of Texas, Greg Abbott, a great guy. He said, I think you're up 15, sir. I said, well, the fake news says I'm up 4. He said, you're not up 4. And I won it by a lot last time. Remember last time with you, with Texas, with many states? It's too close to call. We don't know. And then, boom, the polls close. They say Trump won, Trump won, Trump won. We won a lot. And I won Pennsylvania because of you. I won Pennsylvania, and you had your best year. So, I mean, that's the way it's supposed to work. And I think we're going to win a lot. Don't forget, last time I came in, I said I was going to give you the tax cuts, as regulation cuts. I said we were going to do big things with energy, big things with steel. Your steel mills, every one of them would have been closed and gone had I not won. But I said I was going to do all these things, so it's tougher. Now I've done everything I said and more. I've done more. I've done more than I said. So this should be easier, and I hear we're doing really well. I know we're doing really well based on, you know, we came in with a lot of you great congressmen. I said, how are we doing? They said, you're going to win it by a lot. but we better win it. We got to go out, we got to vote. But powered by the incredible workers of your state, you are now really, if you look at it, the #1 producer. Think of it. We are, as a nation, your state is, you have no idea how big in energy. You know how big you are in energy? People don't think of Pennsylvania that way. Do you have any idea? And as a nation, we're the biggest in the world by far, not even close, and we are energy independent. Think of that. But no longer is America at the mercy of these foreign suppliers and all of the people that took advantage of us for so many years. We now don't have to be in other parts of the world. We're there perhaps to help allies. We're there perhaps to help good people. But we're not there because we need their energy, because we need their oil. Instead, we're the dominant energy producer. We're going to keep it that way. We're going to always have it that way. This, by the way, our opponents, they don't want petroleum products, okay? They want wind. Let's open up wind. Let's have some wind, and every once in a while the wind will blow and you'll produce a couple of things, and then you can close down your plant for the rest of the season. You can watch those birds fly out of the sky. Gee, I always say it's a bird graveyard under the windmills. Doesn't have the power, doesn't have the staying power. You see what's happening in California? Blackouts, rolling blackouts. How would you like that in Pennsylvania, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania? Darling, what's wrong? I can't watch Trump on television tonight. I can't watch our president. Darling, we have a rolling blackout. It'll only be a few hours. I think we'll be on by 2 o'clock in the morning, darling, and we can watch a rerun. No, this is what's happening. You have rolling blackouts. You have, in some cases, just blackouts. I don't even call them rolling. Not going to happen to your state. Last year, I visited the Shell petrochemical plant in Beaver County, Pennsylvania. The largest investment in your state's history. And that was all made possible by our pro-energy policies. And we've done it a lot. In Louisiana, we're building some of the largest plants you've ever seen, largest in the world, and it's incredible, all related to energy. But your security and your jobs are in very grave peril because the radical left maniacs, they don't want to have anything to do with energy. They don't want anything to do with, they have different concepts, right? They have the Green New Deal, where there will be no energy almost of any kind. No, it's crazy. Thought of by AOC +3. You know AOC? Not a good student, not good at anything, but she's got a good line of crap, I'll tell you. He's got a hell of a line.
By the way, no, it's me doing that.
Left, but she's not as bad as some of them. How about
I don't know how hard it is to track his fucking face and do this.
We're going to win the state of Minnesota because of her, they say. She's telling us how to run our country. How did you do where you came from? How is your country doing? They're going to tell, she's going to tell us, she's telling us how to run our country. And you know what? The Democrats in Congress, you have to see what they're doing. Their stance on Israel, it's like a whole different world. It's like from 10 years ago,
somebody
it's like
has
a
a different
world.
stream,
I'll
put it up.
Our world the way it was and the way it's going to be. We've got the greatest country on earth, and we're going to keep it that way. We don't need socialists, and we don't need communists telling us how to run our country. You know, I do this every night, and a lot of times it's a waste. I did it last night. Did you see the crowd we had last night? We were in a great place, Ohio, and we had a crowd. You couldn't see the end of it, and I said, turn around, camera, turn around. But they never like doing that, you know? They don't like spinning those cameras. They don't want to show the crowd. They don't like showing it. They don't like showing. Show the crowd. I mean, it's an honor, let me tell you.
Que se está uniendo a los gritos de apoyo a Andrés Manuel López Obrador. Estamos aquí en la Ciudad de México, en Avenida Juárez, a un costado de la Alameda Central, en donde simpatizantes de AMLO pues vienen desde ayer, vienen pues hostigando, insultando, agrediendo a quienes se encuentran en este bloqueo aquí en el centro de la Ciudad de México, lo que es Avenida Juárez.
Todas vacías.
De la historia de México. Reelección, reelección. ¡Viva López Obrador! ¡Viva! ¡Viva los seguidores de López Obrador! ¡Viva! ¡Viva los pueblos indígenas!
We have called for a special General Assembly of the United Nations to combat corruption and to be held in June of 2021. We hope that a clear and action-oriented political statement will be adopted which will make international judicial assistance and cooperation even more effective. We are facing corruption which involves considerable assets, and we encourage anti-corruption legislation in both the private sector and among legal entities, among other measures. Mr. President, a serious crisis of governance can be overcome through the use of the Constitution, through the dissolution of the Congress, and through holding elections in a time frame established by law so that citizens can democratically and transparently renew representation in Congress. Democracy and separation of powers have come out intact and have been made even more robust through this exercise in my country. With the same commitment to the rule of law, National general elections will be held in April 2021, and I will end my time in government according to the Constitution, and I will hand over the office to my successor on the 28th of July 2021, when Peru celebrates the bicentenary of its independence. Lessons learned throughout this crisis have led my government to convene a Peruvian Pact, a democratic forum for reflection within our national agreement to arrive at consensus among politicians and our citizens. We are focusing on 5 specific issues to promote a renewed agenda for governance as we head into our bicentenary. They are namely building a unified healthcare system, guaranteeing quality education, promoting economic growth, reforming the justice administration, and combating poverty and extreme poverty. Mr. President, aware of the social gaps and the historic weaknesses in the healthcare system, my government was one of the first in the region to adopt strong measures to contain the spread of COVID-19. These measures have saved thousands of lives despite the very high and painful death rates and rates of contagion. We are now able to reverse decades of backsliding in our infrastructure and investment in public health. We have done our utmost to contain the illness, and at the same time, we are strengthening our response capacity. 6 months after taking on this struggle, the contagion figures and death figures due to COVID-19 are beginning to drop sharply in Peru, and we are firmly committed in Peru.
Vivas a López Obrador, mientras que los que se encuentran en plantón simple y sencillamente se encuentran observando sin ni siquiera responder las agresiones. Aquí en este plantón tratan de ahogar los vivas, los gritos de quienes apoyan a Andrés Manuel López Obrador. pues aquí siguen agrediendo verbalmente los simpatizantes de AMLO, mientras que los que se mantienen aquí en este bloqueo pues aguantan los insultos, aguantan las palabras sin entrar en provocación. Ya otras personas se han unido a quienes vienen apoyando a Andrés Manuel López Obrador. Ya estamos casi al término de esta avenida Juárez, en la que pues inicia el plantón en lo que es avenida Paseo de la Reforma.
Warrant in itself, the ways in which they went into the home, the officer, Brett Hankinson disappearing, nobody could find him, the body cam footage being questioned, it's questionable. There's so many things that happen that we really should be asking for the entire system to be just torn down and rebuilt. But what we're asking for is 4 cops who were negligent, who were at Breonna's home under false pretense, under a warrant that was full of lies. That's all we want is those 4 cops to be indicted. And to let a jury decide whether or not they will actually convict them. That's it. But instead, they'll board up the businesses. They'll do everything. And I mean, one thing has kind of nothing to do with the other, because even the city is preparing itself. Like the piece that most people are not talking about or don't understand is that they're not just boarding up because of some, theory that black people and the protesters are going to destroy the city. Because, by the way, the overwhelming majority of protests are nonviolent. The overwhelming majority of protests are nonviolent. And even in situations where violence or rioting or looting has broke out, there's been so many instances where people who are not really part of the movement have been caught and identified as being the culprit. So, whatever. But the element that we haven't been talking about is the fact that they might be boarding it up because they feel like if there is a verdict, when there is a verdict, that the white supremacists might destroy the city. That's something we don't talk about. Yeah, that's not necessarily true. It's not necessarily true that because they're boarding it up, they don't have any intention on indicting the officers. And the reason why we know that is because the city and the state, even though, Daniel Cameron is, to me, he gives me the vibes, the Attorney General, of being the type that wants to show that he's going to do his injustice justly. He's going to do it. He's going to do some bullshit the right way. And he's not going to be in coordination with the Democratic mayor. He's a Republican who I don't get the sense that he will be in conjunction or working with the Democratic mayor or with the city. I think he's going to keep everything tight-lipped until the last second possible. So the reason why the city is boarding up is because they don't know. They don't know what's going to happen, you know, and they have to get prepared. And again, they could potentially be getting prepared for multiple scenarios, one of which we hardly ever talk about, which is whether or not white supremacists may show up
Fucking Mama Bird is in Louisville. Somebody kick her out of Louisville.
So as I was saying, what's up now? Y'all alright? Okay, I'm sorry. I'm back to y'all. So, gotta pay attention to what's going on around. A lot of things be happening, and it happens quickly. How am I mentally? You know? It's a tough thing. I mean, it's tough. I'm not gonna lie and say that I feel great. I don't know what could happen, and it feels... I feel nervy, but I also feel like I'm tired. Like, how long do we have to keep going through this? The Breonna Taylor case is so cut and dry. It's so clear that the fact that somebody lied on a warrant application should mean that we're not even discussing whether or not there should be charges brought. To me, like I was saying, the charges should be for a number of individuals, including whatever sergeants, like everybody that was involved. If this country were just, it would bring charges against so many people for what happened to Breonna Taylor that our heads would spin, or their heads would spin. And so it doesn't feel, what up, yo? So it doesn't feel good at all. No, it doesn't feel good, but, and then even if you get an indictment, you still have to worry about.
Okay. Let me rephrase that. I personally just don't like her because she's clout chasing. You don't have to go warn anybody about her. If you do that, you do it on your own volition. I don't want stranger drama started on our part. Oh, and I have a whiny dog. Hi. You want to say hi? No, he doesn't want to say hi. But yeah. I don't want streamer drama started on our part, so don't do anything on our part. If you want to go warn them, the 502 live streamers, you can do that, but I don't want to touch it. I may not personally like her, but that's my own feelings.
Fuck these racist ass police! Fuck these racist ass police! What do we want? Justice! When do we want it? When do we want justice? When do we want it?
Today we were working all day, working.
And we don't get it. And we don't get it. You want the megaphone? Yeah. You want the megaphone?
Everybody's saying they gonna chant.
When I fell back to the middle. How you spell racist? LSPD. How you spell murderer? LSPD. How you spell murderer? LSPD. How you spell racist? LSPD. Show me what democracy look like.
This is what democracy looks like.
Tell me what democracy look like.
This is what democracy looks like.
You can't stop the revolution.
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 Who's street? Who's street?
Street.
When I say free, y'all say what? Free. Free. When I say free, y'all say what? Free. Free. When I say free.
And I'll say this. The only Katie doesn't really count as showing truth. We show all sides, yes. And I'll say this again, like I said earlier, we are not an unbiased channel. We do let different sides talk here, as long as y'all can talk nicely, but I myself, the owner and controller of this channel, and the owner of this voice, Lady Elrad, is biased. Katie, in my own personal views and watching her stream and being here for the last 118 days, can spot that she is clout chasing. Like CJ.
Stop killing us! Stop killing us! Stop killing us! Stop killing us!
Stop killing us.
Hands up! Hands up! Hands up!
So when I'm not around a lot of people in these marches, like in this particular situation, it's not that many of us, I try to take my mask down so I can breathe. But when the crowd closes in, I pull it up. So like right now, you see, I'm all by myself, basically. Yeah, I'm good. How are you? Yeah.
2 hours. Got any sleep?
Sleep is up and down. You never know. Sometimes we get it, sometimes we don't.
You can't stop the revolution! You can't stop the revolution!
I got goggles in my hand.
You can't stop the revolution!
It's interesting because usually when you're like out here at night on the streets, the cops will be like in different areas trying to stop people from being on the street. But tonight, they basically just letting it go down. There's something coming up though. We're walking into something. A lot of dedicated people out here. We see their faces all the time. They all have been an integral part of this whole movement to keep Breonna Taylor's name alive. People have dedicated a lot to this movement, a lot. People have homes, big, nice homes. I went to their homes, some of them, I said, this is a beautiful home. But instead of staying at home, they've been down at the square where everybody meets, staying down there for days, showing up every day. know. Louisville has really, really, really shown its position on both sides. Linda, I need to call these people and find out what I'm supposed to be doing on this panel, because I don't even know.
Oh, you still?
I'm saying it's 8:10, so at 9 I need to call because 10:30 is the.
We haven't had White Castle since we've been here.
I love White Castle, but I
you do.
can't eat that in my
It's
life.
closed.
I like White Castle. I like Kentucky Fried Chicken. All the stuff that you're not supposed to eat.
Like in the 80s when I was a kid.
But I can't eat it.
Back in New York for like a week. I got all my favorite food spots.
Yeah. Hold on, what? Ooh. Well, that's gonna be the problem every time. I'm sorry, babe. What was you saying?
I literally went to all my favorite food spots.
I know, the whole week. Yeah, that's how I was yesterday. I had to get my salad from my favorite place while I was in New York. The day before, I got my Jamaican meal.
Where's your favorite salad?
It's near my house. It's not a special place. It's just they make my salad the way I like it. But all that they think in terms of the businesses being burned down or torn down and all, it's going to be all of this violence and whatnot. The crazy thing about it is that we've already accomplished the goal, which is that they had to close the businesses anyway because, they know that white supremacy is so persistent that they can't be too sure what might happen. And so, and when I say what might happen, I'm talking about in terms of there actually being an indictment, right? In terms of there actually being an indictment, they don't know because they understand better than us how white supremacy operates. So they have to shut their businesses down all over. I mean, everything is closed. People not making money. So for me, that's a win. And we just have to keep it up because you can't have business as usual when there's no justice as usual. We need justice as usual so business as usual can go on. A lot of young people out here, y'all. A lot of young people. And there's a lot of elders, too. I'm surprised to see so many elders out here tonight, but there's a lot of young people. I can't find somebody I saw that I wanted to talk to. Hi, darling.
I was looking for you earlier.
Hi, sweetie. I was out there, but I had to go do an interview around the corner. Did you, you got that email about tomorrow at 12 o'clock?
Yep. And I've already shared it, tagged everybody.
Training at 12.
I'm already firing up. It's my birthday.
Oh, is it? It's your birthday. Tomorrow is going to be a good day because it's your birthday.
Yeah.
The verdict is coming out. I mean, not the verdict. The decision is coming out tomorrow.
Yeah.
And it's going to be a good day.
Even if it's not, it's still going to be a good day.
It's going to be, if you're alive in the morning.
Right. If I am.
If you're alive, it's a good day.
I can't bike as fast as y'all flying. Oh, he came back up? He's back there in the parking lot over on the other side of the building. Let's go.
lucha organizada de
Es lo que tú
Morena.
crees, jamás
Vean
es
lo
cierto.
que está haciendo, es
Adiós.
un provocador. No le permitan a estos sujetos fanáticos que están haciendo acopio en este momento, ¿sí?, de una lucha que no tiene sentido. Están rebasados completamente y entonces lo que pretenden, señor, lo que pretenden es meternos en esta dinámica, ¿sí? Y por supuesto, es un provocador.
Señores,
por favor,
se nos pide
son
que-
mascotas.
Los de frena
Que
son mascotas.
respeten.
No hay
Grítenle,
frena, no
grítenle.
hay nada. El señor está manteniendo esto para que
¡Pendejos!
todo
Son
esto
30
se
millones de
mantenga
votos,
la
bro.
gente.
Esta es una chingonería.
Sí, amigo.
Son 30
Así
millones
como
de
lo hizo.
votos.
Y te lo puedo
Son
decir y se los puedo sostener. El señor se basó a muchas cosas que no es cierto. Se los puedo demostrar por lo que quieran. Hasta luego.
¡Barrigón! No tienes ningún argumento sólido, real, nada, no puedes demostrar nada. Lo único que tienes es gritos e ignorancia. No me retes, demuestra lo contrario.
Al que publicas.
No tienes nada,
Te lo digo.
nada. Son fanáticos agresivos. Nosotros les ganamos.
A un debate
Se tienen que someter a la mayoría del pueblo. Entiendan lo que dice la Constitución. Las mayorías mandan. Se tienen que coordinar.
Que queremos que se vaya Obrador. Está bien pendejo. Es un ignorante, es un ignorante. No mames.
No, yo no dije nada a usted. Yo nomás pregunté cuántos es el...
Dígame por qué. Nada más dígame la causa del por qué lo quiere destituir.
Yo nomás pregunté.
Dígame la causa.
Yo solo le pregunté.
Dígame la
Yo
causa.
solo le pregunté.
Dígame la causa. Ahí dicen, no queremos Obrador. Entonces, se me hace que usted es extranjero. Usted no es de aquí por los ojos. Se me hace que usted es judío. Lléguele. Lléguele. Lléguele.
Él también es
güero.
Yo nomás le pregunté. Déjame decirle. ¿Cuántos son el padrón electoral del país? 80 millones. Él dice que votaron 30 millones por López Obrador. Está bien. Hubo 50 millones que no votaron por él. ¿Estás de acuerdo? Ya, tan tan. Fue todo lo que le pregunté y se enojó.
Digamos que se dividieron.
Todos los demás. Fue lo que le pregunté y se enojó. Pero mayoría son mayorías. Mayoría. Yo nomás le pregunté.
No, se vale.
Sí, mayoría son mayoría. Yo nomás le pregunté. Oye, ¿cuántos es el padrón electoral? 80. Okay. ¿Cuántos votaron por López Obrador? 30. Okay. ¿Usted ha votado? Sobran 50.
¿Tú por qué votaste?
¿Usted por quién votó?
¿Por qué
voté?
Ah, bueno, entonces
se supone que el que participa es el que tiene la voz. No, pues se vale no votar. No apoya ningún partido. Yo lo único que le dije al análisis sobran 50.
¿Por qué no reconocemos a un presidente que llega?
No, yo no digo que...
Pero empieza a tumbar todas.
No, yo no
Levanta
le
el tapete
interesa.
y cada vez que levanta el tapete, pinche corrupción por todos lados.
No le interesa la política. Yo venía pasando
Y anteriormente pero digo, como comentario nada más.
Señor,
les
ahora una
agradezco.
pregunta. Anteriormente en las secciones de usted votó o no ha votado.
¿Votaste por Calderón?
No, yo no voto porque la verdad... La verdad, todos emanan del PRI.
Ahora ya va a decir todos son iguales. Sea un presidente que llega, tumba a los chicoreros, tumba a los narcotraficantes, tumba a
pero las acciones
¿por qué no reconocer que se levanta las fotos de la
Mira,
mañana?
analiza mejor y no las
preguntas tan pendejas. Quiero dar una conferencia de prensa.
Por favor, vete ya. Mira, vete a frenar.
Se vale
Dinámica.
Vamos a seguir transmitiendo, vamos a ir a la parte donde están las casas de campaña vacías. Aquí también hay una concentración. Aquí vamos a ver qué está pasando. Vamos a ver el chisme, qué pedo, qué está pasando.
Todo eso estaba cerrado, nomás nos dejaban estar.
Mire, yo vine casi todas las marchas de los jóvenes de Yotzinapa y estaban ahí, hasta ahí llegábamos.
O sea, todo aquel que protesta es un delincuente.
No, porque andaban robando carros.
¿Y ustedes qué hacen?
Yo sí fui, yo sí fui. No
De verdad,
no que sostenga su punto, señor. Está haciendo un señalamiento hacia unos muertos que no se pueden defender. Los muertos no se pueden defender, jefe. Los muertos no se pueden defender.
¿Cómo le dicen a los hijos? ¿Cómo le dicen a los ¿Cómo le dice este señor que los de Ayotzinapa eran delincuentes? Oiga, no.
Yo vine a una sin agresión. Todos amables.
No, la verdad es que hay desprecio para los mexicanos que alguien como ustedes piensan que esos jóvenes que fueron masacrados les digan que son delincuentes.
Yo lo dije.
Pues lo dijeron uno de ustedes.
God damn it, I hate typing because y'all end up talking and then talking over me while I'm trying to tell something really cool. But yes, my partner, my lover, my boyfriend, whatever you want to call him, my significant other, he is working on a program because I was talking about it to him, and he's really great at making cool things like that. And so when I had said yesterday there is no program right now to blur protesters' faces or things live, I mean there is, but it costs money, like exclamation points, cash signs times 20. There are libraries for it, for open software ones, but nobody's touched them. But that is why my partner is working on it. He's going to make it open source. He's going to make it free. Will it work on people's phones? I'm not sure. Maybe, possibly, who knows? I don't know that extent, but he's working on something at least to help me with my part on streaming or restreaming them. But yeah, I think that was all. I lost my train of thought halfway through speaking. But yeah, it's coming. I don't know when it's gonna happen, but it's gonna happen.
Chamacos, no.
Somos ciudadanos, amigos.
Pero hay gente que dice que son delincuentes.
Somos ciudadanos, amigo. Yo estoy tranquilo. Yo el que estoy tranquilo soy yo. Yo el que estoy tranquilo soy yo. Mira, yo a usted lo respeto. O sea, usted es mexicano, ¿me explico? O sea, nosotros no estamos contra la gente. O sea, eso de chaeros, de figado, o sea, a mí no me gusta.
Pero la mayoría de la gente apoya a López Obrador.
No, ya lo sabemos, yo no sé. Honestamente
no, mire, nosotros como chilangos estamos acostumbrados a esto y más.
No creo. En los otros estados de México no lo apoyan.
Buenas tardes.
¿Cuál es el objetivo central? Así, la
¿Quiere
verdad.
que le diga la neta?
La verdad, la neta.
Dejar de ser esclavos.
¿Cómo?
Dejar de ser esclavos.
¿Eres esclavo tú?
Dejar de ser esclavos.
Ya se acabó la esclavitud en México hace muchos años.
¿Sabe desde cuándo somos?
Sí.
¿Sabe desde cuándo somos esclavos?
¿Desde cuándo?
Desde después de la revolución no sirvió para nada. El PNR, Partido Nacional Revolucionario, después cambia con Cárdenas para Partido Revolucionario Mexicano. Fíjese, 70 años de PRI.
¿Cuántos periodos con esclavos?
Usted me preguntó.
¿Cuántos periodos con esclavos?
Sí me explica. No, es que le quiero explicarlo. ¿A qué me refiero?
A ver.
Que dependemos. Pendejo, llámese Peña Nieto, llámese Fox.
Sí.
Esos yo ya no quiero.
¿Cómo sería?
Bueno, o sea,
a ver,
no, es que sabe cuál es. Escúcheme, señor, nada más escúcheme lo que
ya dice que todos valieron.
Le quiero compartir algo.
Claro.
Throughout the 118 days, there's been no destruction in any other parts of town by protest.
Or has one local that I can borrow, please send an email to hello@kdkd.live. I would love one.
Going for anybody. It's like people in bumfuck Kentucky being like, "Oh yeah, well, why don't you just come out here? You see, we'll take care of you." And it's like, why would we come out to bumfuck Kentucky? Nobody wants to be out there.
Yo! Hey! I didn't have Yo!
Robin, if you're bored, you can go fuck yourself. You don't have to watch this. If you're bored, you don't gotta watch it. There's plenty of other shit you could be doing with your life. Just so you know. Yeet! Motherfucking yeet! I really do appreciate how people just kind of show themselves with two simple words, yeet, yeet, and then they're gone, and I don't gotta worry about them. It's beautiful. Tell you what, Lucinda, we are also sick of this. We don't want to be out here marching. We just want justice. So if you think you're sick of it, why don't you think about the people that have been out here for 118 days fucking marching? How sick do you think they are? Yeah, no, yeet is absolutely a yeetable offense. Every time. It's my last one, man. When we get back to the square, I can get you.
You can't stop the revolution! You can't stop the revolution! You can't stop the revolution!
We're still downtown. We're just marching around downtown.
No lives matter till Black Lives Matter! No lives matter till Black Lives Matter! LPD! 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 LPD accountability! LPD accountability! LPD accountability!
That's in Lexington, by the way, guys. It's not in Louisville. I have to go switch over to the other frickin' spreadsheet and change it.
What are you saying over Slav? Because there have people laying down sleep.
What the fuck? He didn't do anything! He needs somewhere to exist! Abolish the slave patrol! 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 Defund the police! Defund the police!
Oh, y'all could have told me Woke was live. Nobody even told me that Woke was live. Guess we're gonna go raid Woke. And y'all gotta stop adding until protests. I already told you I don't have the notification on for that. But yeah, bye guys.